There we go. That's better. Well, that's quite a lag. Couldn't sleep. Good morning, D-Flux. How you doing? How are things? Other than not being able to sleep. New window. Infamous. Gotcha. There was no hate there. It was just advice. The code looks like a copied and pasted code sample from like 5 years ago. So we'll show you. I did spend a little bit more time. I go through the process of reading the docs, giving you up, and just copying from samples. Yeah, seems like that sort of API. Is it? Yeah. So, got the grid with infinite scroll working, or virtualization, or virtualizer, whatever you want to call it. This is one where copying the samples wouldn't have worked either, because it's actually a combination of the two. So I was trying to get the sorting and filtering in last night. This doesn't debounce though, and I'm not firing off an API request every time I press a key. That's crazy. So I know how to do it now, and it's actually a combination of the different pieces. That's the problem. So you end up with a grid items provide a result, yet the example shows items provide a result, and you have to do a combination of that with that, but you don't end up with a virtualized component here. So the different components combined, the examples don't all, you have to kind of pick from the different examples. So I had to look at both the Microsoft docs and the website. Rumbling Geek, hello. So, yeah. So thanks for the direction, the point and direction defaults. So the virtualizing is working. That's working nice. But the next thing would be to get the debounce on there, because I'm not doing N 6 and 4 and searching. I mean, I know it's 1700 games, but yeah. I'm coding C# at home for a change law. Nice, Rambling Geek. Anything good you'd work on the website or bot work or so? But anyway, I just wanted to say thank you for that, Deflots. Yeah. Well, for this, it makes perfect sense as well. Scrolling through the games, being able to sort by game title or platform, right? Virtualization isn't simple in Angular because there's no built-in components. So yeah, messing with the Pulsar card picker thing, trying to get into it, if that makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would advise trying to rather than just kind of tinkering with C# and doing it. If you have any specific features, kind of like set actual goals for, hey, I want to do this feature, and this feature, and then kind of work out how you're going to do them. If you've not already done that, but Wazman's no trouble. Yeah, I mean this is clean. If it was all like this, if I could think, but the problem is, it's not like I had to go to one website and struggle with, and I didn't understand which piece I was missing. I had to go to 3 websites or 3 pages and combine their methods together because not one of them actually told me everything I needed. Maybe it did if I now read it back, but that's the biggest problem I had with this. But that's kind of my experience with Blazor all over, right? So And maybe I'm just not very good at reading the manual. Maybe I'm just a more, hey, look at the sample and go off and, write the code. So, but yeah, that's scrolling quickly through all 1,700 games, or 1,660 or whatever it is. Yeah. Yeah, Steve Sanderson, when he demoed this quick grid on the .NET Talk, I immediately downloaded his repo and put out of there. Yeah, used it ever since. It's a nice grid. It's very powerful for the start. And for such little code, you get this request, and then you end up that. And then I've just got that platform filter being passed in right now, which I don't think I'm actually filtering on, so yeah. Any test data, no idea how to wire up seed data, of course, you're going to focus on that. So there's a good library, if you just want random data to create, there's a good library called Brain. I just used this the other day. Benchmarking, link list stuff. This might be the thing I did. Yeah, here we go. This is what I did the other day for the benchmarks deflux. When we were talking about whether the for each or the link was faster. So this is a library called Bogus. And if you want to create random amounts of data and like lots of it that's actually random, it's actually a pretty good library to use. And it's not just names and stuff. You can create random strings and all sorts, but you can kind of create a model and then tell it to create using rules, etc. Yeah, so here, this character model is my model, right? So I've got name, level, class, and job. And then I just say, okay, if I need to fake a character, name should be a first name, right? Class should be any random word. Job should be a job title. And this is actually built in. There's actually providers built in. Good job on that link, Defaults. Thank you. Didn't realize you beat me to it. And then the random. And then you just say, okay, now generate. In this case, I generated 20,000 new characters. And yeah, tested this. So this runs a benchmark. So this is benchmark.net. So I just create a benchmark runner, create a class that has benchmarks attached to it. And then I say memory diagnoser so I can see if it's leaking memory or whatever. And yeah, that'll run those benchmarks and then give me some comparisons for the two things. So I built that the other day because Deflux was suggesting moving to a link, and we kind of wanted to just back it up. And by the way, the two are pretty close in performance. There's very little in it. The link has it just a little bit, but they're pretty much all the same. They're pretty much exactly the same. So it just comes down to readability and your comfort level, right? I think this can be a little bit more explicit because you could actually, be clearer about the rules that are happening. The for each, you have to kind of, okay, if it does this, then okay, then remove and insert. Whereas this, manipulates the list differently. So yeah, it's they worked out it's pretty much identical in performance in .NET 8. Oh man, I keep hitting exit there rather than close solution. So, what is today's stream? Well, I'm going to start with water, drink water. It's a long stream. I am 44 years old today. A whopping 44. Which my brother texted me this morning and said, "Is it your birthday today?" It's like, thanks. So, I'm like, thanks, brother. And yeah, thank you. And yeah, so I'm going to do some drink water to start with because that's a schedule. And then I'm going to move to probably some game library stuff, maybe some actual gaming though. So I installed a load more games on my Mister the other day, and I got the wiring sorted out a little better, so I can listen to the game at the same time as I'm playing it, rather than having it. And I switched to an Elgato HD60S USB streaming the device to keep an eye on the quality. I'm 48 on my next birthday. Wow. It's I still feel like I'm in my 20s. Like, well, I don't feel like I'm in my 20s, obviously, but like mentally, I just want to play games and hang out and relax and code and, you know. Yeah. I've really got to find some time to play games. Okay. Oh, yes, this. This is what we're doing. I remember this now. Yeah, it's funny. I was playing the retro games the other day and playing like games that I played in my teens. It doesn't feel like that was almost 30 years ago that I was playing some of them games. It just doesn't. So I've been in a bit of a reflective mood all weekend. So, you know, as I wait for my doctor to finally call me and sort out his CPAP, and so I can get some decent sleep, and yeah. And I go to bed at 1 a.m. and get up at 5 a.m. You know, adult problems. So reminds me of that Clarkson clip where he states that Amazon had asked the crew to be as diverse as possible, and he said, "I think we've done well because there is a very possible type of middle-aged white man in this crew." That sounds like Jeremy Clarkson. Okay. One other option, by the way, is actually Godot. So after I've done some water, drink water. Maybe moving to some game dev and trying to see if I can learn a little bit more about how to bake a game. So I've been surprised going to bed around 10:45 and I sleep. I thought I'd struggle. No, no. My daughter recommends I go to bed at 10 and get up at 5 if I'm going to do that. I'll push it to as late as I can in the morning. Like, she's adamant that I need a full, as close to an 8-hour sleep as I can. My concern is when I get the CPAP that my sleep will be so good that I will need to sleep that long, or I want to sleep that long, and I won't be able to. So then I'll have to offset my sleep time. So the doctor recommended, because I do karate at 8 o'clock at night, right, and I don't get really back into the house until about 1:15. Well, probably more often than not 10:30. Then I shouldn't eat a meal in the evening. So what I should do is eat a big lunch. So a good breakfast, a big lunch, and then not have an evening meal and get to bed at like 10 o'clock at night. I think most people need at least 6 hours a night. Even in my 20s, I was going on 4 or 5 hours at most. Even 10 years ago, I was playing, not even 10 years now, like 7 or 8 years ago, I was playing games and staying up until 2, 3 in the morning. Canny, by the way, hello, how are you doing? Good day. Drops like from the ceiling like a drop of water. So yeah, maybe we'll do some Godot dev later on instead of playing games today. I've still got tomorrow off, which my wife doesn't know yet. Um, so maybe we'll do it a bit of a Godot dev later on, depending on how I'm feeling. But I do want to at least do a good chunk of drink water to start the week. So yeah, we'll see how bad I can be at Godot. Okay, so this is .NET Watch. And, oh, there you go. I'm going to open it for me anyway. So test at nowhere.com. Test. Okay. So did we actually get this working? I can't remember. Group member result. Yes, we did. We got progress. Can't remember how, but we did. Grows from the ground where it hits the floor, looks around, sees CBD, launches it, and like the roadrunner and gives him a shamrock. Oh, sorry. Shamrock 100. Oh, thank you for the bits, Canny. Thank you. That does not show the icon, so I didn't know that. I didn't realize until I read the number. I was like, oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so that was funny. Close that down, close that down. Okay. Okay, so that's busted now as well. Joy. So probably because this group result is not being converted. So that group repository goes through the group service. We get the group memberships here. So let's get there. I'll have you know, Deflux is actually being very nice, and Deflux is using his regular fingers to type. Okay, so we've got the groups. We've got two groups. Okay. And now, what's wrong with this? Wasn't there a way of seeing this originally? I thought there was a way of seeing the return result, or does Visual Studio is that the only one that does that? You used to be able to do that. It's fake news. So, as always, if you're watching the stream and you want to, I've actually tagged this as backseating friendly, by the way, or backseating allowed. If you see anything I'm doing dumb, why don't I just do that? Because that's what's running. Okay. There we go. Okay, so result, count, group view model, members, can access a common dispose. So there we go, there's our problem. So this is getting in here and why does that do that? I'm enumerating this one. I mean, I don't have to do that, but from that's that. Brain. I mean, it's better to do this as a Why do you switch link syntax? What do you mean? Which part? That's that. That's that. From that should take out enumerable. There you go. You have query syntax and you switch back to method syntax. Oh, here. I didn't realize they'd done that, to be honest. There's a select above. Oh yeah, this one. This is because so I've got query to there then. That just because I don't like reading too much of this. This could be T in, right? Select new. Right. It's because like the weird nesting. So sometimes I just prefer that, the transform. BSCT. Make it all lambda method. Well, this I like. I prefer this. There's, I agree the switching is difficult. More consistency. But to be honest, when it's like that, I kind of, if anything else, what I would rather do there is get this as a separate thing. This I prefer because I'm transforming the results of this query. This is actually a query. This is trying to get it out to a list. When I'm doing joins and whatnot, then I kind of prefer this syntax. The syntax within the Fluent extension stuff is a little bit harder. They both equate to the same thing, right? So they both become, yeah, the to list has to escape this because otherwise this won't, or rather these can't be translated to SQL, right? So you have to to list these to get this lookup, right? So the idea here is go and get all the lookups available for all the time zones so you can get these methods. So this transforms, although that's weird. That's as if that does to list that already. Because we experimented and that will not translate to SQL. Then this one, again, the same problem lies. You ultimately have to get into the time zone lookups and get down here. So it's a 3-step process to get here. Select shouldn't enumerate. It should equate. I mean, even that should equate to this underneath. But that's why this project is open source. If you feel you can do better and you can write that query in a more readable way, which would be a challenge, then you're more than welcome to check it out. Well, this is anonymous type here. The problem is if I don't to list here, what happens is these get deferred until I actually use them, and then they get joined in with an actual SQL statement. And because these methods there's no SQL equivalent of these methods, it'll explode. So this is an anonymous object created to do the lookup, right? So it's a list of time zone ID, time zone offset, and current date, right? But you need that to listed so that it becomes an in-memory lookup. And then, yeah. So then this was to listed so that we've got the lookups for the users for each group. And then this uses that and joins back in groups to get the information. So this kind of starts with, if you start with SQL and go back to an object, a list of objects, that join doesn't work as well. So this is starting with an object and flipping to SQL. My assumption is that this was being left behind. So the error is caused by the fact that somewhere in here, something's not getting enumerated. So by the time it gets to here, that context is disposed, and now we can't get this list. So let's give that one more go. This code is checked in if you wanted to pull it, by the way. I'm more than I am more than happy to review how other people would write the link. It is never the easiest thing to do. It's challenging. No. Can access is disposed context instance. So when we go to get members, this is not enumerated properly. So this. Now in old link, you used to have to do that to make sure it actually enumerated. It suggests as enumerable, but I'm not sure, but I've still seen different behaviors with this. But they recommend that that's what you use. Your repositories have something called models as a return type. There's no repositories here. No real repositories. They're kind of dumb. Yeah. 2 layers of SQL, yeah. Yes, there are multiple layers of SQL. The problem is the data. This is another challenge of needing this information to be calculated per user. Yeah, this is constructing it. So the idea is this constructs the overall data, and then this transforms it into the actual view model, right? This is not responsible for getting the view model out. The service is. Yeah. That's what I was getting at. The reasoning behind the abstraction. Why pass it lazily between the two? Why pass it lazily? You're suggesting do this all in one place. Get groups is supposed to transform. Well, get all group memberships is meant to. The problem is that it's a little bit. How do I put this? So what I've done is I've kind of followed a basic pattern in building this application so far, deliberately to make some level of separation. This is probably the first piece that's highlighted the challenge between the two separating layers, right? and again, the long-term purpose of this project is one to have a discussion around why we might do something one way, right? This isn't an uncommon design, having the service call a repository. But now, what do we do with the repository? Well, the repository returns an object that is ideally a SQL query that can be executed and then return a data object. In this case, it's way more complicated, so I'm having to do calculation in here because, otherwise this is going to have to be calculated here. The original, I believe, calculates it in the repository as well. No, the original calculates it in the service, right? So maybe this is wrong. But it's doing exactly what I intend, right? It's creating a challenge that later on could create some discussion. The intention would be the SQL will be done in the repository, return data that can be combined and grouped and organized in the group service. But because of the way the SQL is complex, you kind of have to do some preparation. The service is ultimately to transform it into a view model, which is then returned, right? So this converts to the model that would ultimately get returned, right? You're trying to sum the consumption for that day for each user, and it's also inefficient because it's actually, if the same person exists in multiple groups, this query also calculates them multiple times, whereas they don't need to be calculated multiple times, right? So you could do some kind of pre-population of even this data. But it's like, how many queries do you want to do? This is all possible with different methods, but that would mean lots of different the method name will review, but that's for certain part of the issue there. But you could combine the multiple methods here, but then you'd be doing a SQL query, getting some data, doing another SQL query, getting some more data, doing another SQL data, getting some more data, doing another SQL, and then combining them. Some of this should be possible at the database layer. What this is highlighting is the design doesn't allow it. You have to kind of review this, and that's exactly why I'm doing it. Right, I'm just sticking to my guns to try and get it through. And then we can highlight what the actual issues are with this code. Just off the top of my head, the issue with the time zones, right? Okay, so how do we solve that? Well, if that information is in the data, this isn't needed. So do we need to store that? Is there a benefit to store that? Well, you get the query speed faster. You don't have to do as many joins and groups, etc. if you store that information, because some of that is down to that. And then this is simpler because you don't need to do, So there's some definite optimizations. So here I'd just say repository methods are too long, which is a good way to show it, maybe. Because I don't know the solution. Well, the solution is close. Getting this to work is the first priority. Reviewing it and doing everything else is the down the road. Hey, why doesn't this work the way we want it to? What can we do here? It's all. This is exactly what you do in a real project, right? Because you'd be stuck with deadlines. I'd be focused on getting this to work and fit in what we've got. Rather than thinking, oh, how can we actually refactor this and make it better? You don't often do that. You end up sticking more code in there. Yeah, you'll never stamp out every code smell. This stinks on a lot of ways. Yep. Absolutely. And that is the problem you will see in all manner of things. Or you'll see that. That made my stomach turn even writing that. But you'll see it. I have seen it a lot, right? Because but when do you do that, right? That's kind of the problem, right? You'll see those comments and then you'll look at the commit history and be like right, and you're like, oh, it's been left alone for 8 years. Yeah. And in a large code base, you don't often get to come back and fix these things, but it is something that is worth, thinking about how you do. And that's kind of why this project exists, right? The project is existing to try and, hey, look at this. So I don't want to leave that comment there because I want that to be a review point later on of how you could do this. So, but right now, my focus is the same way it would be if I was in a job. It'd be like, okay, I've got to make this work with what I've got. How do I get that to do it? So the problem is actually caused. Let's go put let's go see if we can step. So it's with members. So it's this members group repository. This one works perfectly. This one doesn't, right? So let's just say progress equals 0. Let's make sure it's the inner query first. I think it is. But we shall confirm. Yeah, the entire purpose of this is if you want to go and tinker with this, oh, it's not the inner query. Select enumerable member result member view model. This translation members is the problem. Okay, so let's dig up the line a little bit. So it has to be this one. But it's got an I as enumerable on it. Let's put the breakpoint there. We have a tech debt, but how do you describe the tech debt? What is that transforming it back? No, this has to get the information. So this is getting the actual member information to then go and do the final query. It's not transforming it back per se. Okay, so let's have a look. So groups with members, this will be broken. Nope. That is fine. So that gets our target and our time zone ID. It does, yeah. So now we go back in here. So we got groups with members. So this is a list. Then we join a database table. But I don't understand why we need that. We don't need that. This is an actual query though. We could avoid this one, but I don't think that's the problem because this members is the problem. I'm going to go old entity framework. Is that variable members a list when toList, or does it remain the character type? Is it list when toList? Not sure 100% follow that. So groups with members. I mean, I was doing that before, so that's not going to tell me anything. And then results. Oh, look, it worked differently. Now let's go back here, make sure that it transforms again. Yeah, that's interesting. So, you'd think I'd know how code worked by now, right? When I looked at it in here, right, the context isn't out of scope. So that's going to work. This is not firing properly. I just want to try this. So Entity Framework 6, you didn't have as enumerable. You had toList, which enumerated it. As enumerable, I'm not entirely sure enumerates in the same way. I could be wrong, but it's worth testing. There you go. Yeah, as enumerable is the advised way of doing it, but look at that behavior, right? I wish it was 10 years. I've been doing .NET for 20 years, so yeah. It's just this sort of stuff I don't like doing, right? So that works. So the toList there is, now let's try that. I think this is going to error again with an exception. It could be, and again, I don't understand the intricacies of how LINQ. I know how the syntax works, right, in terms of what it does underneath. I've spent some good time trying to do that, right? But so I understand roughly what it's doing, but I don't understand the rules of when it flips between, where its data is and where its data isn't. Because again, here I have, this is local in-memory data. This is local in-memory data. This is a SQL table. This is a SQL table. This is in-memory data, right? So, and then this is SQL, right? So, the problem with doing this is it starts to, I'm going to hit the database a lot more than I intended to. And essentially, I'm avoiding nothing by doing it this way. So there's a concept we're missing with the method calls, just like the one you only want the parameters of the method call to the things you're using in that method yet. You don't want the method to do the thing you need it to do. So a get argument message is doing more than what you actually want it to ask. Essentially, yeah, because of some of that is caused by data design, right? Some of that could be solved with moving some of this into the database, right? So that's what we can review when it's working. But the entire reason I created this method was to try and avoid pulling the data from many different sources and combining it in memory. But have I really achieved that by creating a whole load of data in memory and making this? Yeah. So yeah, so that's why I asked that now. Yeah, it is doing more than I really wanted to ask, because now it's really hard to describe. Get all group memberships is a really terrible name for this method now, because it's not. Realistically, this is get all groups with members and progress, daily progress. That's what that method really is doing now. So that will help, but it's not really ideal, because it's really difficult to kind of follow through with. Okay, so time zone lookup. We could create an object out of this to try and move this away, right? This will clean this code up a little bit, right? So let's say we create an object. and that can be internal. Internal to this, so private to this. Private class, time, zone, info. Oh, that's the bad class name. What is that? Time zone ID, time zone offset hours. It's also doing something really even worse there as well. Let's go with lookup. Let it suggest it. Public int. No, it's a string, I think. String, yeah. So let's make that. Actually. Let's make it a little simpler. String time zone ID int. Yeah, let's do it that way. Let's make that. There's method, I promise. There's method. Okay, so with that there, we can make this get exclamation mark water. So we can tidy up a little bit with that by creating the record. Let's move the record closer. It's not ideal, but it's at least aids in the readability. There's also something else this is not doing that it should be doing. So if there was 20 users in there, we'd have got 20 records in here, not a lookup. So yeah, and that's not even a lookup. The lookup is the list. So there you go. Bit better. There you go. Can't extend it, can't mess around with it. That's good. Explicit intent. So with the method to get the time zone lookup, it does make this code a little bit more manageable. We can kind of understand that we're getting that. Being that we're listing this, we could break this out as a method to try and describe it. So it's not groups for members. It's get. I've actually recently started flip-flopping between fetch and get. I kind of like fetch sometimes. Get member get I don't like get set in the money doing it here. I'm using get a lot, and it's really not very descriptive. But again, this project, I'm not overthinking. I'm literally just throwing code in there the same way I would do if I was starting a project and not really paying attention to the design, right? So don't measure me by this project. This project is not intended to be well thought out. It's intended to be quickly throw something together, right? And I've done something in here some things in here that I've done on stream, deliberately hacky, and no one's picked me up on it, right? And people have been chatting, so people were watching, but I've done that deliberately, right? So there's stuff in here that you were like, oh, that's horrendous. But again, for reason. The get thing here is just kind of deliberately like, just I want the data, I want the data, I want the data. This is the getters and setters are evil article. Yeah, I mean, this repository is again, I don't like this repository design, right? I don't like the services. I don't like the repository. I don't like any of this. That's why the main project is built the way it is, for the reason of I want to do better, and I do like that design more. And here's why it can help. For refactor PRs, how would you prefer they are submitted? Make an issue. Track that it should be done. Again, the aim of this is not for you to go and refactor everything. So if you want to tackle a single piece, do a single piece. If you want to suggest here's a way of doing it, but the intent is not for you to go off and say here's a better version of the entire application, right? That's not the goal. Yeah, you could. Yeah, the method is too long. Yeah. And with that, it also helps you. It helps you explain what you would do differently. Yeah, and then we can go over that and review that. And if it's, if it is the way, if we're like, yeah, that's actually a much better way, then we merge it in, right? Sorry. The agreement is the hard part. Like looking at the code changes, at least in my experience. Yeah, agreeing on how to do something like this is very. Oh dear. Sorry, my Okay, it'd be good if you could get it out there. I'll probably discuss it with the co-workers. We do tech that stuff at work that is applicable too. Is this current branch out there in the wild? The one that I started with, yes, is their return user progress. This will be updated though soon. Actually, let me not even. I'm not going to even refactor it. I'm not going to even go deeper. Let's get it so it shows the value on screen, and then I'll commit it, and then that's what we'll call it for this. And I might switch up a little bit because I think I need to. Yeah, leave the smell. That'll be helpful. Yeah. And again, don't forget this is now I'm feeling defensive. This is not an example of, and I've said it a lot, right? This is not an example of a well-written application. This is an example of a chance to discuss and work as a team to kind of design the standards, right? So I've built a lot of stuff, and I've tried to avoid doing too much for the, to give the chance for people to work in the code base. Let's see if this does. Nope, that's still breaking. Oh, no, it's not. Not yet, it's not. There you go. Okay, so that should be running now. So there's our things. So if we go to, let's reload. if we log 24 ounces and go to friends, there you go. So now there's our progress towards our goal for that day. So that's exactly why we're doing that, right? So if we go and log in, test@test.com, Bob. So if we log 95 ounces, we're really thirsty today, right? And then we go back here and back there. There you go. Dota, thank you very much for the conversation. Thank you very much for the contribution. Appreciate it. I'm about to push this branch, and I'm going to leave it there for now with this one. So you're more than welcome to see and let me know. Correct SQL components. Enumerate query properly before transforming. Refactored, created inline record, string, time zone, lookup to aid in reporting. Commit and push. So I'm going to leave this alone for today. Yeah, have a look, see what you think, and we can review. And have a great day at work. Okay. So, sorry. So moving forward with this, there's lots of stuff to do on this project, right? There's not. This is one thing, right? And the aim of this piece is to allow you to say, hey, you're behind, right? So ultimately, we'll put SignalR in here. We'll do all sorts of push notification stuff. We'll tinker with all that sort of stuff down the line. That's the goal. But you'll be able to say, hey, you're behind. And it's not, this will never show what their goal is. The aim is not to make it a competition to the ounces. Like, I drank 85 ounces today. How much do you drink? It's always percentage based when it's showing it to other people. You shouldn't care, because if I'm doing this with my daughter, right, our goals for daily water consumption are going to be different. Our needs are going to be different, right? And I don't want it to become a competition at how much, rather than, hey, I'm behind, prompt me to drink. That's the fun goal, right? So that's working. Optimization to that query, by the way, is obviously there's things to do, right? It's not just all about this. Again, if that person, and like, what are you doing? You were working a second ago. Why would you just stop working? Oh, because I stopped running the API. I know how code works. It's fine. I've done it for more than 5 seconds. But if this person appears in multiple groups, this is being calculated every single time. that seems like an optimization that you don't want. So ultimately, maybe a distinct list of members to then query. I was excited because I was going to get a new phone today. However, I just looked and Amazon is now selling it for $200 cheaper. So now I've ordered that one and started a return on the original. Oh, jeez. Joy. Okay. The mailman is not going to like me today. Mm. Phones are not cheap. Absolutely save that money. I drink more than water than you. Right now, yeah, because I'm drinking a fruity coffee from Starbucks. Water comes later. OnePlus open. I haven't seen that. My S22. The power button keeps getting stuck, and the volume rocker is broken. So later this year, probably for me. Really tempted to drop Verizon though. They don't really give us any benefits. I think we get like $10 a month off because we are Verizon customers, or vice versa. One of them gives us a discount for being the other customer. Fios customer. So it's not even that beneficial. Yeah, can I have a senior discount? I knew that was coming then. Absolutely. I'm old. Can you give me a discount? Okay. Let's got some bad news from my brother, so I'm a little thrown off. Sorry. I might actually play with Godot. It's only 8:10, but there's not much I want to do on Drink Water today. I might actually do some game stuff. Do I switch it up and try? Let's see how bad I can be. How do I play games? You mean that one? I had that installed 2 months ago. Yeah. But I don't want to do 3D. How's this 2D? Unity has a hot reload plugin. So I want to start. I mean, I want to tinker with something simple. Oh, really? YouTube, you are trash. So I streamed yesterday, Saturday, and the video that I made, obviously I was streaming the game and the ROMs and stuff, and I was like, and I watched it some back afterwards, and I'm like, it was not very good, so I unlisted it from YouTube. Right, so I start my stream today, and the YouTube stream starts up as unlisted. So my stream has been completely invisible. And I didn't put it in Discord either, so that's awesome. You'd think I'd know how to do this by now, wouldn't you? Stride is a free and open source cross-platform C# game engine. It's fit for both 2D and 3D games. Have you found any tutorials that are very good yet, Deflex? I'm willing to tinker with it. I'm going to switch things up because I'm now not in a good headspace. No, but I'm trying my best. Okay. I'm trying my best to convince other content creators to use it, so when I do, there will be some tutorial stuff to look at. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, we're going to change the title up a little bit. I don't think YouTube likes this, but whatever. Okay. There we go. Mr. Anhorn, good morning. How you doing? Let's stop running that. Let's terminate that. Use the debugger. Okay, so let's at least have a look. How do I feel about this? It's planning my day. I have a 3DO arriving today, and I have an ODE for the 3DO arriving today. So when that arrives, my plan is to hook that all up and get a bunch of 3DO games ROMs onto the ODE and sit playing 3DO for a little while. Did that not? Close the launcher after starting Stride. One of these things is not working. New project. Look at the 3D printers. Oh, that's a deep rabbit hole. My fail. My fail. Windows. What? Direct 3D. (11.2). Nah. I like just taking a look at getting the oriented in the actual tools. So it's Unreal Engine with Visual Studio, because that looks like the Visual Studio IDE. So it's a WPF based app. Oh, there, the launcher did close. Okay. So it closed once I actually ran the... Okay. Nice and smooth. Okay. Where's the 2D sample game? Stride. I actually installed a bunch of engines I only know this one was installed because I was introduction to assets. In the games. In the games. In the games. Am I blind? Hit start. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Tutorials. No. Sample games. Simple 2D action game. Okay. Jumpy Jet. Okay, so I've already launched Jumpy Jet before by the looks of it. Yeah. There. Jumpy Jet 2. Okay. Well, that's confusing. This is Flappy Bird, right? How I suck at games. How I suck at games. Okay. Well, one of the benefits is because it's all WPF stuff, it's all Visual Studio style code layout. I mean, that's not stunning. Background script. Oh, heck no. Why do I want to talk about quads and things? So the challenge is, if the engine doesn't have a lot of documentation, I'm not going to do very well because I need the documentation, right? It looks like the engines kind of get out your way, sort of not bother with things, though. Well, that's actually, I've seen that in Godot, right? Where you when you have animation, you kind of tell it, hey, go do your next animation. But there's no state machine there. And that doesn't do that. That makes no mention of idle, alive, or die, does it? I like how it does read. Hey, Kenny, we're just having a look at a different game engine. And I'm feeling I'm about to switch to Godot. But I'm going to do some game dev. I'm going to try and do some game dev on stream, which I haven't done for 6 years, I think. When was the last time I touched game dev on stream? Seriously, touch game dev on stream. Trying to actually build something. I think it's actually in my videos as well. Videos. For some reason, I think it retains the video. A blob fights the buzzsaw eye 5 years ago. I did some Unity stuff 5 years ago. So this is going to be interesting. This is going to be more struggle than I ever do on a stream. So I'm adding a graph editor to my engine, like your Blueprint, Unreal Engine blueprints. I have a few editors that I want to build in it, like the behavior tree. That's cool. Like the drag and drop stuff. That always fascinates me. I want to do that for kind of mapping out. Like I would love to use that to map out message bus messages and actually do code gen off of it. I think that would be a cool thing to do. So you could kind of see the flow, but it would generate the actual relevant classes. That would be useful. Because if you could see, okay, this message actually goes to this endpoint, and this endpoint publishes an event that is consumed by here, that would be very cool to be able to do. Because one of the challenges you have when you're doing distributed stuff is visualization, right? You can't always see it all moving. And then if you do, it's someone's documentation of it. Whereas if it's actually, even if it was generated off of the actual code, that'd be cool. So you could see the graphs and all the arrows and stuff. But it'd be cool to be able to drag and drop and have it generate actual code. Jumpy Jet renderer. So I think I'm going to move to Godot. I'm not abandoning your deflux on this, but I don't understand enough about game dev to even have context of what I'm looking at, and this looks overwhelming, whereas Godot is a little bit more simple and probably more my pace right this second. But once I have context, some of this will become easier. And I don't have the time or energy to spend trying to dig through without any documentation. I kind of get I mean, it's all much of a muchness in terms of how the engine kind of executes certain methods automatically. But let's jump to Godot, because I actually do have some stuff I've been trying to tinker with in Godot, and yeah. Let's close drink water for now. We can always open other projects. Nothing else is off the yeah. If you have a TypeScript definition as a straightforward object model, it should work. Nice. We need some idea of what it's calling, right? To invoke the methods. Okay, so let's fire up Godot. Let's see how this works. So I have started something, right? And what I need to do is kind of set myself some simple goals to try and understand how these things wire together, right? Game dev challenges me. It challenges me because I honestly believe it's contrary, and Kanye will appreciate this one. It's contrary to how I normally build apps, right? When I'm building apps, I'm trying to think about keeping things separate. I'm trying to think about, okay, this has a responsibility doing this, and games just don't seem to work that way, right? I might be wrong. I'm willing to be proved wrong, but yeah. So I've been tinkering a little bit on and off. I open this up and then I find something more interesting to go look at. So because I get bored of trying to look for the dots because I don't know what I'm searching for, right? It's not really my interoperable frameworks that are in the view layer, but if you have public on the document, you should be able to wrap them. Sounds like doing something cool with So why are you trying to make Blazor interop with TypeScript? Do you have a bit of planning what you want to build with it? What kind of genre, for example? Okay, so right now, no. Well, long term, yes. I want to build a city game, right? this reminds me of Sorcery Stories game, but I want to build a city builder. But I realize that I need to establish some understanding first, right? So what I did is I downloaded one of the Kenny sprite kits, one of the tile maps, and this is what I was asking about the other day, painting this. And what I want to start with is, can I get a camera to lock onto this and then move the camera up the screen, right? I'm going to start with moving some characters and moving the using the keyboard to move a character and kind of use the tile map as it is. So put a ship in here and move it up and shoot some bullets or something, right? So just to try and get an idea of the component pieces, right? How do I gather input? How do I move the camera? Can I put interactive things on there so I can see how they all interact? So kind of shoot them up for right this second. But that's not my long-term goal, right? So my plan long-term is more involved, but I think I need to learn some basics, and a shoot 'em up seems about as primitive as I can get. Camera move up, plane move up, and be able to move around, and then shoot bullets and destroy things. Can I do that? Right. My bet is no, but we'll give it a try. So there's a Gantt component. It works right now in Angular, for which it was written. I want to use that in Blazor. That'd be quite powerful if you get that working. Because if a team is worried about investment in tooling and wants to use Blazor but has a lot of investment in Angular, that would be a good bridge. Don't be that pessimistic. You can do it, but it won't be perfect code in the beginning. No, it will be perfect. I demand perfection. Well, I can call TS easy, but if you can wrap it and make it clean. Okay, so here's what I figured out, right? I know that I have a main scene. I have a game manager script that does nothing right now, and I was tinkering with attaching things to it, like, these don't do anything, but whatever. I did actually create a map generator, so that when we're talking about it painting the map itself, this was something I copied a little bit of and adapted from a GD script example into this. This was a bad idea, right? It works, but it doesn't work in the same. So that can kind of go away for right now. So I know that I need the tile map in here, and that has a tile set, and that tile set is here, and I've set it to 16 with a separation of 1. That's normal, and then the tile map here, and I can paint. I can paint using the tile map. So I know that part so far. All right, so I can grab this, and I can paint over here, right? And yay, it's working, kinda. So that is that. That's that. Then oh, that's that. Okay. Here are TS for it. You can use that. That's the definition, just a slimmer version. If you have an example, I can look at the TS. So I can tell you if it would work with the generator. Yeah. So then if I hit play, so the first set of questions is obviously, right, I hit play, there's my entire map on there, right? I kind of want to zoom in and center it, but that's one challenge. But can I scroll the camera up is probably my first question, right? So I know that that is my viewport. That's actually the screen. So if I actually go back to here and paint some stuff up outside of the screen space, can I, that bugs me. And I'll put streamer mode on so that if you're stuffing things in the Discord, I don't get distracted, because that's bad. Not sure if I'm allowed to share that. I'm going to check that. Okay, so if I put some stuff up here, right? I don't know what that is. Is that a street light? Right. So I need to move the camera. That's step one. So again, this is kind of like my challenge, right? I know that I can get input. So if I go to my input manager here, I know that this works, right? I can log this. Backseat is perfectly fine, right? I don't want you to distract yourself to the point where you're not doing what you need to do. But if you point me in the direction or you tell me what to look at, like, hey, go look at how to move this tutorial, or even here's a camera. Right. I'm not. Hey, Fub, how you doing? So one thing I have to be careful of is game dev is not my normal thing, right? I'm not doing this full time. If this works and I get it to work, I will obviously share updates and stuff. But this is something that fascinates me, right? As a developer and a lover of games. No, I don't want solar. Go away. So yeah. So yeah, any questions, any thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing is all welcome. I am not being stubborn here. I'm going to be dense, however, because some of this doesn't click, right? So rather than wait and try and prompt that, good. Welcome in, Fob. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So I work on a lot of different things on stream. I'm an application developer normally. I work on a few different projects. Mondays and Tuesdays, I work on a project called Water Drink Water normally. Today I'm doing something different because it is my birthday and I'm just kind of chilling out and enjoying streaming. So that's why I'm in Godot. But Water Drink Water is a friendly, project for anyone to share the code with. And it's kind of a group project where we can talk about design, we can talk about coding practices. And then I also work on a much larger project that I refer to as Liquid Sky, which is an agile platform tool. And I do that on Wednesdays through Fridays normally. But for the next 2 days, I have the days off work, so I have longer streams, and I get to hang out and do whatever I want to do. Thank you. The generator works by wrapping the JS API, so it really can't start up something like React or Angular unless you use the raw APIs. But I have worked hard. Okay, so I want a 2D, I want a camera node, camera 2D. Congrats from Brazil. Why, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so that is not the same camera now. So what happens if I start? Does that now move to using that camera? Does that takes over? Okay. So there's a default camera and then that camera. So can I scale this camera? No, I cannot. So I could move that there to start. And now that should be in the middle. Okay. And then we have a zoom. Ah. That's better. Ooh, I like that. So let's make that 2.8, 2.8. Okay, auto maps it. I might be being a little bit too picky there. Okay. That works. And now let's do this. Let's go to so what I do then okay, so camera 2D move. One thing I don't want to do is watch videos, which limits a lot of what you can do. Reason I don't want to watch videos, I don't want to sit here on stream listening to content, and also I get bored. Seeing this, it will require to create a custom bootstrap application entry point for Blazor, but it should support most anything you might need. Okay. How to move with code. Videos. I don't want videos. Here you go. How do I move the camera? PTV's Discord, always looking there. Okay, so we're just going to offset the camera. Okay, so so I can do it that way, right? Which allows me to attach. I don't know. I just started Visual Studio, but whatever. So here I could do. Come on, close down. Just randomly click everything. Because I kind of like this way, because then I have attached there, right? So then that's done. But you also could, because it's in the same node tree, I could do camera equals get node camera 2D, right? And then named. So you can do it that way or that way. Is there a preference, or is there one that's better than the other? But now I'm going to do it that way. Camera dot. So how would I want to do this? I'd want basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to do things the way I think they should be done and see what pain points I hit as well. So I don't want to just take up anyone's time with doing this. So I'm going to struggle through somewhat. Export public. Oh, you almost had it. Movement speed. Okay. And then we can attach that to that, which gives us movement speed when that builds. Anything like that, is it? Yeah, I'll worry about naming conventions later. So that attaches there, so I can set movement speed, and then now, do I actually make that a camera 2D? And then make this, call this, we'll call it camera for now still. But now, that should still build. But now when I get that in the game manager, that wants to be a camera, not a camera 2D. Because now, and this is where the partial classes and all sorts gets me, because now I think I can still assign that there. It is a type of camera. But now, because it's camera, I can get, and I want that to be, I don't want that to be private now. Public, get, does that support that? Let's have a look. Go away, visuals, you know. Actually, I'm going to get rid of that for right a second. So now my camera has a movement speed, which I can set. And then my game manager, which is attached to my root node, right a second, gets a camera attached to it. But now I can do camera.movement speed, which I can't set. Okay, so that still functions. Now this is going to move camera dot position equals. That's nice that you want to do that. Lerp. Slurp and lerp. Now I do know I want to do it over time, right? Time-based movement Godot. So what I'm thinking is I'll start with moving the camera up the screen. If I can get that running, then I can put something in there and start moving it around inside of it and worry about a box to keep it bound. Is delta physics process? Okay, so that's physics process gives me delta. Okay. Oh no, I get delta all the time. Delta's called physics process is called more often though, so that would be wasteful in what I'm doing here. So, and then I want to do so this is a vector 2, and I want 0x and then minus 1 times camera.movement speed times delta. No. No. Sorry, surprise visit from my dad. He walked down to my house with my nephew. No worries. No worries at all. I am tinkering with Godot. I'm mixing things up a bit today. So, yeah, internet was gone. Oh, sorry, Kenny. So, you know, I love games, right? And I love, I'd love to build a game, right? It's kind of the bucket list thing, right? I would love to build a game, but I never get my head around how to construct these things. And Unity and Godot have made this a lot easier than it used to be, right? When I first started tinkering with game dev, it was using DirectX and trying to render to the screen and draw objects and stuff, and everything was, polygons and trying to learn the math there. But the game engines take a lot of that away. So one day I do want to build a game. My ultimate game would be a city builder. I don't care what it looks like. 2D is kind of where I'd want to aim anyway. Maybe isometric kind of transport tycoon style, but I'd love to just figure this out. Right, the sense of achievement I get from this would be amazing. And why not today? So as much as I might not struggle with certain things when I'm doing .NET stuff, when I'm building Kafka systems and all the other things, this will be a complete struggle. This scares me, and I don't like doing it on stream, by the way. But, I want to have some fun, and not going to get over it if I just sit and think, oh, well, yeah, because people like Canny, who is an amazing developer. If you haven't watched Canny, by the way, he does overlay stuff. He builds libraries, and is building a space trading game, and it's fantastic. Can't recommend more. I feel there about not wanting to do it on stream. Yeah, I mean, I've been a developer a long time, but it doesn't really mean that I just get how to do this, right? Camera to offset, using the camera offset, modifying the camera position. So what I want to do here is I want to slowly, you've played a shoot 'em up, right? I want to slowly move this box up the screen so I see this all move out of the way and just scroll all the way up through the level, right? That's all I want to do right this second. My bet is that the first time I get it to move, it's going to go zoop straight off the screen. Camera position, camera offset. Looking around, right? So that's, I want movement, camera position. U vector 2, 0, camera -1. Right. So this will move it. If it does move it, it will move it very slowly. But I've watched people like Canny, I've watched people like Setolix, I've watched people like Sorcery Story. How long do I have to wait? Oh, I gotta wait another 15 seconds. And you know, there's a lot of great game developers on Twitch, if you're even interested in that sort of stuff. And I've seen them putting things together, but you don't always get to, oh, there you go. That's kind of what I want to do. That really does that quite fast as well. That's not going to do what I wanted to do though. Times delta. So that's why. So that position is a vector. So I need to translate. I need to convert all these values by the delta, so that it moves smoothly and consistently, right? Because if the frame rate drops, that's going to stutter. So I want to move it in a consistent manner. That's rotation, not movement. Input direction times speed. But that won't work either, so times camera dot movement speed times float delta. How does that work? How do you balance between understanding the core of a topic and also developing practical skills? You tend to know how to boil things down to their core, which is amazing, and you have the skills that a job requires too. How do you balance it? I'm a beginner. I avoid that I go for core skills and I won't be able to. Is that won't be able to get a job? Hi, John. How you doing? I mean, developing practical skills is just time, is practice, and using what you know about the language at the point, right? Not worrying you don't have to understand every single concept, right? And Rambling Geek is kind of the same way we're talking about classes and structs the other day, right? I went off and learned stuff about that as well, right? There's stuff I didn't realize because I don't use them, and I never have had a use for them, right? So I went off and tinkered and wrote some more code to kind of get a better grasp of the behaviors. Build software with the skill you have now, right? Learn about some techniques along the way, learn about different ways you can do it. Write the same piece of software over and over, right? Try a different technique, try a different pattern, try a different practice that you've seen, right? One of the things, and if I open the main project, new window. One second now. Now I want to see if that works any better or worse. Ooh, that's nice and smooth now. Bit slow, but a bit faster, but sorry. 45. Does that slow that down? Well, that other project's open. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Okay, we're making progress. So anyway, Liquid Sky, right? So this is a large project. It's got a lot of moving parts. It's got a lot of different behaviors, right? Are there things I would do different? already there are things I would do different. There's things I would like to practice a little bit more. And there's things that now, because I've written so much code, I want to go and tackle, okay, here's a different way of doing this. Let me experiment, right? So I have these, in here I have, that's a bad example. That's an old piece of code. Teams, tenant management, tenants, projects. Let's go to project. So I have this handler, create project, and here I go project.create, and this is the entity, and I'm storing this entity actually gets stored to the database. Well, if you read up about aggregates, right, and initially I'd add methods on here and stuff as well. So this is kind of more of an aggregate. So yes, I've done this one way, but by doing it one way and writing it in a certain way, I've seen a different thing appear. And this is okay. This code works. There's no problem about it working. And that's one thing you got to keep in mind as you build code. Does it work? Do you understand it? It doesn't have to have all the great core pieces of the language or the framework you're using. Write the code, look at different techniques, see how you would apply them, write the code again and apply new techniques, right? And just keep doing that. Just keep building your software. You know, so internet is unstable. Sorry. No worries, Kenny. Watch it. If you can see it, look, we have progress. That's more than I've ever got working before. So yeah. There's just things there that don't make sense. But yeah, you know, again, Canny, when actually I started doing this little project today, he says, you know, the code's not going to be perfect the first time. That's true. The code is not going to be perfect. The code is going to be rough. There's going to be things that, you know, you wouldn't do. I'm going to make choices here based upon my lack of understanding. And then over time, I will grow understanding by doing. So yeah, understand what you need to do, the thing you need to do at the time you need to do it, write code, build on that, and keep going in that. That's my best advice, Jan. It's not worth sticking on, is it perfect? Because you'll always be chasing perfection. And as much as I'd love to say it comes, it does not. No, where are you? Where are you? Where did that go then? What did I do to that then? Uh-oh. Where did my camera go? Zero, zero. Well, that's frustrating. Where did that camera go? Moving nanpx. Delete camera node. Add camera node. Okay, so 2.8. And then move there. And then we attach the camera script to it. Then we set the movement speed to 30. And then we assign the camera. You could double click on the icon in the node hierarchy to get moved to it. Yeah, that's what I did, and it didn't move. It didn't highlight it. There's no widgets appeared. And when I went to move it, it said moving nan pix. There you go. That's still a little bit fast, but that's better. I did the movement as vector -1 times movement speed times delta. Like a puzzle, you need to fit the pieces together to solve the problem. As long as you keep solving problems, you'll improve your skill. In the beginning, usually you need to learn how to use logic and programming semantics to fix simple problems. After that, you need to understand abstractions to solve problems in an organized way, and so on. Yeah, that's good advice, Phil. Yeah, that's awesome. Vector yeah, because there's a vector 2 dot up, vector 2i. It doesn't like that one. That's interesting. Not I. Ah. Oh, okay. There was. Okay, there was a. Of course, integer. Why do they have an integer type vector? Why does it matter? So just to prove that. Because more memory performance? Question mark? Maybe. Okay. So now let's do one other thing. Let's set. Now, if I wanted to set a trigger to say there's an endpoint here, how could I do that? Do I set a collision with the camera? Do I set a zone? Do I set something to overlap? How would I do that? Is it when I only refer to grids that doesn't have float values in between? Yeah, okay. So that makes sense. I just haven't seen an integer. I don't think I've seen an integer type before. I think the this generator thing uses integers for the tiles. Yeah, vector 2i. Yeah, for the atlas coordinates. So this is really, it's an offset. It's actually array offset in there. Reg9K, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. You join me struggling my way through a little bit of Godot today, trying to learn the basics. You have multiple options. Either you check position or you use physics to detect collision. And one is more brittle but easier. Yeah, I'm not doing a I don't want to do an offset. So the way I've done this before, I've tinkered with this before in something, I think in Unreal. Basically, I put an object on the leading edge that tracked with the camera, and then when it collided with another object that wasn't visible up here, it stopped it. That was in Unity though. So I'm not trying to do this on my own. I'm not trying to say I know everything here. If you have advice, questions, thoughts, opinions on software development in general, today's stream is a lot more random than normal. So don't feel that you can't join in. I apologize for ads. You could create a node and check the position with that of the camera. So like, if I had, so does a node 2D has a position, right? Position, rotation, scale, and the index. So if I had this as ending, where does that live? That lives there. So position, you could create a node and check the position with that on the camera, and then you're more dynamic. Or when you want to use physics, you need 2 area 2D, 1 for the camera, 1 for your border, and collision shapes. Okay. So actually I do want area 2D, and then collision shape 2D. And then that needs to be, so that would be ending. And then, yeah, and so I'm going to do an ending one up here, and then attach another one to the camera and set it on the leading edge of the camera. And when they collide, it stops. And that way I can make the level longer without actually having to deal with everything else. Collision shape has to be configured, yeah. So transform. I'm just remembering how to do that. Yeah. So new rectangular shape. Yeah, this is how I did it in Unity, I think. That's there. And it doesn't really matter how big this actually is, because you just need to collide. And then that's there. And then we need another one on the inside of here. So we're going to add child node, area 2D, stopper, collision. So yeah, anyone who has any advice or thoughts or opinions on what I'm doing, feel free to join in. If you have any questions, if you have other ways of doing things, you're more than welcome to join in. New rectangle. And again, this is excessive for what I'm doing. Right. Now, does the camera script will need to know. So not area 2D, it's stopper. And then oh, got you. So when I add child node, there's my favorites. Okay. There would be a third option you could also say. So let's see if I can figure this out. Let's see if I can get this in, and then we'll maybe try the visible on screen and see what happens. I assume that's put a node in there, and then when it becomes actual in-camera view, it triggers. So, so what I want to do there, 2D area node collision. So I assume here. Gotcha. Recently, yeah. Okay. C#. Okay. Overlap. On coin body entered. Extends area 2D. So do I need to put a script on the collision and then signal to the parent, or do I? Or is there a So disabled one way, visibility, so on the same layer. Is there a guide you can follow? Are you? I'm kind of making this up as I go along, because there are a lot of tutorials, right? There's a lot of videos, a lot of stuff online. I don't want to sit and watch a video. That's not what the stream is about. The biggest problem I have, and this might be just me, I know enough of what I'm doing to drag and drop without understanding the mechanics fully of wiring things up. So if I watch a video and it starts with, now drag this in here, now drag this in here, I get bored and shut the video off. Or I skip through and miss important pieces. So I do better when I'm doing it this way than when I'm watching a video. I can follow a tutorial through for the most part, but again, if the tutorial skips things or misses things, I get like distracted. So right now, I'm kind of looking for the pieces I think I need. So the area 2D has a signal. But that's not something I'm subscribing to here, is it? There's not. Oh, hold on. Area shape, body, get area. Area entered. Okay. Now, which one is this? Okay, let's run that. Yeah, events, signals, actions, as we kind of went through. The slight differences in how they are constructed, the subscriptions, etc. Should probably sped the camera up, being that it's something I know. It hit the zone. So what is this area, though? Is this the area I collided with? Ending. Yes, it is. It's the area I collided with. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go back to Godot. We're going to create a camera stop script. that's going to have public bool is final. And then we're going to attach that to stopper. But that would mean I need to go and get the camera stop script off of the end the thing. So in game manager now, in camera, if area dot so but that wouldn't be the get node though, because that's just the attached script to that node. That's to my node. To I'm doing a bit of oh, okay. So it kind of becomes a part of the class. That's the whole partial thing, right? Okay. I'm doing a bit of thinking ahead there, by the way. So if area is camera stop, stop, if stop dot is final. No, why don't you like that? Area 2D can be handled by a pattern of type camera stop. But I want to make, technically I'd want to make camera 2D. That's why, because this should be a camera 2D, right? I know, an area 2D. Which makes that valid now. Okay, so you make it, the script becomes the type of node that you're attaching it to, and it extends the behavior of that node. Gotcha. So you kind of, realistically, you're just kind of merging the classes with the visual components to become one thing. So this is called stopper, it's an area 2D, but now I've extended its behavior by doing this and it all becomes part of area 2D. Okay, so if stop is final, so the problem I have here now is my camera, the actual camera movement is in game manager. So what I now want to signal and tell it, do I want a signal on here that says this is finished moving? Because if I do this, right, and go back to camera stop, yeah, that's fine. Game manager. I foreshadow the. Oh, absolutely, that's intentional. Because again, like going back to the conversation, going back to the thing before that, you know, Fob joined in with, I don't know enough to know what I'm doing wrong. And if I'm scared of making the God classes, I'm going to keep overthinking the design and not get anything done. If I see the problem with the God class and then I can split it out and build upon that knowledge, this will get easier, right? So I might criticize it, or I might seem to criticize it and say that it's impossible not to do, but I've never done it. So if I do it and understand what's wrong, then I can fix it, or I can attempt to fix it and understand those challenges even further. So absolutely this becomes a God class, right? And some of it is, normally you want to hold the features of a node in a node. It's easy to access and to divide and conquer. Right. I get the whole separation, and now I'm seeing it. Now I'm kind of getting my head around the whole, well, the script and the node that you're doing in the Visual Designer aren't separate things. It's not like you just, like Unity, it feels like you're kind of just stuffing things on the edge, on the end, and then you have to look for them and test them and stuff. This feels more extended, if that makes sense. You kind of extended, you kind of separate when you want, but it's more tricky. Yep. Well, I will learn. So what I want to do right this second is I want to go back to the Visual Designer, set this to 150, and run. Oh, no. Oh, I know why. So this stopper is final. So the reason I introduced that then, by the way, is the idea of the camera stop is if I wanted to do a pause, again, I'm running way ahead of myself here. If I wanted to do a pause and say, oh no, it didn't work still. Run some kind of cutscene or something and then carry on, then it's not a final stop. But that didn't work. So let's run that up. Okay, so area. No. So it's not of type camera stop. So area 2D here. And it is ending. Name ending. Right, I did put it on ending. No, I did the wrong one. That's not a camera stop. That's the camera stop. I'm a professional, that's fine. Still wrong. There we go. Oh, no, same thing again. I'm an idiot. Ending is final. Let's just make sure. Okay, area. Ending. Hey, that was better. Is final. And there we go. Okay, so now. And again, this is where I get into that mess of who knows what about what, right? So the game manager, I want to say that when I hit the ending, when I hit this final stop, this should trigger a signal that tells me, yeah, you're done moving, right? There's nothing else to do. So who cares about that? So if it could signal up, then the game manager could listen to that, but that kind of feels dirty as well. But for right now, that's what I'm going to do, I think. So how do I do, what is the right way to do a signal here? Signal, C#, Godot. Is a signal the right thing? I just do signal with a delegate. Okay. So we do signal, public action, doesn't really matter, on camera stopped. Delegate, public delegate, action on camera stopped. Okay. You only need a signal when you want to use GDScript or something specific from Godot. Okay, so what's the right pattern here to use to tell my game manager? Do I just use a regular event? What's the normal? Just use an action without the event or with an event. So we don't need signal. Oh, got hair in my eye. I may need to take a quick break in a few minutes because it's been a while and the dogs need to go out. Yeah. Okay. Right. So I think I did this. Did I not do it in here? Where did I do the example? I tinkered with it. That's benchmark, scene parser. That's types understanding. That's the. Maybe I didn't do it. Maybe. So again, if I use a regular action, everything gets invoked. So you got all these references. It doesn't leak the handles in the same way. But this would be public event action on camera stopped. And then we'd say if we say on camera stopped dot invoke, right? That wants to invert that. That reads like blech, but whatever. The object syntax, I'm not sure that reads as cleanly of checking if it is final, but it equates to the same thing, right? It's pattern matching, sorry. Then in here, we do camera dot on camera stopped plus equals private bool is camera stopped equals false. We do that, and if not, is camera enabled there? Doesn't read correctly, but is camera stopped? I'm not going to worry about that. The problem with that is override. Is there a shutdown function? I mean, you really should unsubscribe from an event. Exit tree. Okay. Actually, we're going to assume that that's going to be called. This is where this gets a little messier, because realistically you want private void. I don't know what the difference, so there may be a difference in using the inline delegate, because obviously you can't unsubscribe in the same way. Maybe that's a little bit better, but yeah. Let's just do that for now, because we can react to it in different ways as well. Okay, so that should now move up the screen and stop when it hits the camera stop. There we go. So we can do here, we can set that back to 25. Change your ready to enter tree when you're doing more correctly. So I'm going to assume that's kind of a and call when node enters the scene tree for the first time. So ready is when, so if the scene was initialized multiple times, this gets invoked multiple times, but this only gets subscribed to once. Okay. So that should still run. So the next step is, can I move a player character around inside of this area? And then we talk about limits, I suppose. Okay. Progress. I'm gonna give the dogs a little while longer. They're not fussing to go out, but they will need to go out soon. Okay. Where do you go to plugins for this thing? And is there a built-in Git thing that is useful? Or is it better to use external Git tools? Because I'm proud and I'm not losing this now, because I'm about to break all this, right? If I start messing around with other things. Does that mean internal Git? Is there any good plugins, or is it not worth bothering with the internal? What is it? Asset lib. Good old Git plugin. Does that go into my current project? Hold on. Okay, so where is Git initialized? It isn't. Well, I did initialize Git in here. Oh, there's a Git attributes and a Git ignore. Okay. And where does that go? Add-ons, okay. Okay. Project, version control. There you go, Git plugin. Yep, that creates a Git folder. Okay, so that's what I would have done before. Okay, that would initialize it. What? Okay. So it doesn't matter that I'm doing it because the tooling is still going to be janky anyway. So let's go over here and then add existing repository, dev, games, Godot, testing. Yep. Okay. Need to ignore the .idea. Okay. Initial commit. Got the camera moving up the screen and stopping. Why does it? I'm not going to worry about. I don't need to worry about publishing it right now. I just need to worry about saving it so I can make it revert it back if I get stuck. Okay, so let's build that once more. Run that, make sure it's still working. Yep. So yeah, that I'm not sure that does very much for me. I can connect to it, but that's pretty much it. So that's what that plugin does. Okay, so now so forgive me for uppercasing, lowercasing, all sorts of stuff. That's going to be what it's going to be. Now this part confuses me. So if I want to add a player node in here, right? Node 2D. And we call this player. Then I want to add a sprite. Sprite 2D. It's not animated, so I don't need to worry about that. And then this would need a collision, ultimately. collision polygon. So a collision shape, I can set a polygon, but this is just a default polygon. I need the sprite first. Okay, so sprite. I have a tile map, a PNG with available sprites on it, and there's no animation. These I got out to build a tile map. That's a whole different thing, because I created the wall map, tile map, and I added the tile set, and that's that tile set. Now I don't believe I add the other tile set in there, because that's just kind of, from what I'm understanding so far, this is just my palette for painting the map with. So if I add them in here, that's not going to make much difference. So I need what do I do next? Godot. So what's going to end up, by the way, is after this stream, I'm going to end up with 100 different tabs, because I'm just going to keep adding and adding. Adding. That's my normal way of discovering things, right? Just keep opening new tabs and searching forward. Godot. What am I doing here? Extract sprite 2D from tile sheet. I don't want to do it at runtime. I want to do it, I want to kind of set this now. So I kind of want to create a tile set. Now is this multiple tile? So if I do add atlas, so if I drag this in here, right? Now if I go back to tile map, right, that's available to me. Or is it? Oh. Yeah, it is. But I don't want that. It is. Thank you very much. I'm learning today. I'm doing something completely different. I'm trying to build a game. We're going to try and build a game, a little shoot 'em up, plane flies up the screen and shoots things. That's the intention for right this second. So we'll see how that goes. So that's a tile set, right? And that's again 1 32. There's no padding there, is there? Oh, no, 1. Sounds cool. Have you worked in Godot before? No. This is, I've tinkered, I've opened it, I've added some things, I've tried to follow some tutorials. I've never made anything though. This is the most I've ever done. So right now we have the map scrolling up the screen. And when it gets to the top, it'll hit the end point and stop moving. It's kind of in my name, TBD Gamer. I do love games, and I want I want to play games. I want to build games. This isn't my ultimate game, right? This isn't me trying to build something that I intend to say, yeah, this is my game. What I want to do is build a city builder. That would be my ultimate game. Probably should put some stuff in between there. Let's do this. Let's build. Let's paint. There, okay. Kind of messed that up a bit. Building games, yeah, it is kind of tough, right? It's. See, I did all that, and I didn't really think about the fact that there's no pieces in here to curl the edges of that dirt map without water. So, yeah. But again, app building an application and building a game, the code is constructed in different ways. There's different techniques. There's different methods, and I think that's kind of where I struggle. Right, is like just this grouping right now. Like, what starts what? Who knows about what? Where do you do certain things, right? And yeah, it's just different and challenging in the same. Okay, anyway, let's get this in here. So now, how do I take? Because this texture here, new atlas texture, what does that do? I don't have an atlas, do I? Because this, although it talks about atlas in the tile map, in the world map here, right? There's no atlas here. Or do I have to create an atlas to do that? Well, the sprite sheet's in there, but how do I do? Where is this atlas stored is the challenge. Right, because that's, again, I could keep going down that, right? So I assume what I'm going to do is new atlas texture and then load the atlas. But there's no atlas created from this world map. You have to make an atlas texture out your image. New resource, atlas texture. Okay, but there's no, I guess I'm not understanding that one. No. New resource. So an atlas isn't an actual thing I can add. I can add an atlas texture. So this world map here has a tile set. That tile set is here. When I drag and drop into here, right, which is, again, I don't think this is the right thing to have this here. This ship's PNG. I want to be able to pick this. See, Atlas ID 1, Atlas ID 0. So Atlas 1 ships, tiles. So I want to take this image and I want that to apply there. But this asks for an atlas. What do I say is the atlas? Because there is no element in here called an atlas. Or is that it? Snap mode, pixel snap. Okay. Okay, so there's my sprite. Not as terrible as 32 by 32 there. Okay, so that's that. So then that is... so I don't need ships in there, basically. Nope. I want to remove that. Remove... Oh, you can't remove it once you've added it in. Oh well, that doesn't really make a difference. Save every resource to a file when you want to reuse it. Okay. Well, for right this second. Okay, we're going to start down there. Okay. And then let's go and put us some collision on. Okay, so yeah, collision polygon. Yeah. I'm not even sure I want collision here, but we'll figure that afterwards. Shape. New capsule shape. There you go. When you select the sprite 2D, you have it in the toolbar options for it. Top center toolbar, top center here. Sprite 2D. Create. Nice. Nice. Why doesn't it make it a child of it though? It wants it. Collision polygon 2D only serves to provide a collision shape to a collision object 2D derived node. Please only use a child of area 2D, static body 2D, rigid body, character body 2D, etc. Well, player is a node 2D. Let's remove that again. So here, Sprite 2D, click it. Create poly. Hi, Shy. I'm doing well. How are you? Welcome on in. Okay, that's kind of some bugginess, but yeah. Boom. Okay. So make that character body 2D. So that is change type. Oh, there you go. Okay. Okay. Makes character movement easier. It's your birthday today, right? Yep, it is my birthday. I am. Thank you. Okay. So you joined me doing something that I don't normally do. I'm tinkering with game dev. I'm trying to learn my way around. And Kenny is doing his very best to help me. No. There's a reason that icon that exists, and it's one of the first ones. Okay. Ugh. Convert docs to C#. I know the methods are the same. Yeah. I can imagine I would use it. I'm not I'm not dismissing it, but yeah. Okay, so now input. So if I want to control the input, do I attach input to the player? Like here I just created this input manager just because I was kind of watching what other people are doing. Why Godot? I've watched enough Godot over the last couple of months to know that I kind of like how it's structured, and I like the C# stuff that's available to it. Unity feels a little bit more intimidating now. I've watched people like Apex and Canny and Sorcery Story, who's, I didn't shout out Sorcery before. Right. They're doing amazing things with Godot, and it just seems a little bit more easier to get your head around the concepts. So I mean, realistically, it's like, why not Godot at this point? But yeah. Well, so I do believe that Godot's growth has Unity's fumble very much to blame, very much to thank, rather. Unity have made those missteps, and it's created a problem. Also, Unity's, they need to update it. Godot has the benefit of being able to use newer version of .NET. So they get some benefits from that. I need to be right back. I'm getting a phone call I need to take. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. When you get a phone call about health stuff, you need to take it. Okay. For the most part, I think any of the options would be sufficient. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I could pick up anything here. I kind of like Godot's layout, and now I'm getting the hang of the script and the node being one in the same. I kind of like that design. Do you know the YouTube channel Brackeys? You cannot go around Twitch and not hear about Brackeys. My biggest problem is I cannot sit and watch videos. I can't learn that way. I struggle. I can sit and watch videos about cars, and I can sit and watch videos about retro games and pay attention. But the moment it's trying to teach me something, unless that person is really engaging from the beginning and able to get to the point, I struggle to pay attention. I've tried speeding videos up, I've tried slowing videos down, I've tried skipping through them, but then you lose context, so it's kind of wasteful. So I just get bored of watching videos, and I want to go and do. I'm a very hands-on person. Even reading is reference, not like the joke with the manual stuff before. Bringing up the docs, I probably don't do, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I'm going to explore the API through doing things, or I'm going to look things up and look for hints and stuff. So I'm kind of a let me look up something, because it's a better analogy for me. Plinko, that's it. So my way of learning is more akin to that. It goes in, I hit a stump, I hit, and I'll randomly get down here and I'll find my way eventually, right? That's kind of my chaotic way of learning. And maybe it's some ADD or ADHD or whatever diagnosis you could possibly put on it. But I just stumble through and look for resources and try and pick up pieces and learn that way. And I do it with regular dev. I do it all the time. It means that I don't learn concepts very well, right? It takes me a long time to pick up a concept, and I can't necessarily describe the concept to someone. I can show you how to do it because I do get an understanding of it, and I can write the code, and I can build new code, and I'm pretty competent at that. But I can't necessarily sit down and say, oh, well, you want to use this pattern, and this is this concept, and this is this, and this is this. I'm not very good at that. Just the way of learning, right? Yeah, what are the dots for anyway? Boo dots. I love learning the way you describe it. Personally, I just found it to be a bit tougher with modern things. Oh, and it is, but I've been doing this since before the internet was available for all this stuff as well, right? So I've been stumbling through my learning ads. Birthday special. I think TBD is going to stream in 12 hours. I wish. I do have an appointment at 2 p.m. today. I got to drop my car off. And although that does mean that tomorrow's stream can be a little longer if I get it right. I'm going to have to take a break shortly and take the dogs out. I wish. Well, no, I don't really wish that. You don't want to see me getting oil change in my car. Okay. Kanye, sorry, I forgot to read that. I think Unity did great. They got the little indies gone that made games that wasn't really befitted to their image. Now they have a hardcore of people that make bigger projects that couldn't swap, and Godot has a lot of new contributors that now may make a lot of noise and hinders the development a bit. Yeah, I suppose Godot is now in that growth phase, right? Godot is in the we want this, and they have to decide, does the engine kind of lean in any direction, or what are the voices asking for the most? Yeah. Yeah, it's the first time I'm taking the car for an oil change to not the dealership. The dealership has recently done us dirty, so they don't get our business anymore. Imagine being an influencer. Little Twitch streamer. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I apologize if you were stuck behind ads. They are an unfortunate necessity on Twitch these days. Okay, so I'm going to go another 20 minutes. Then I'm going to put it on. I'm going to pause for a few minutes, take a quick break, take the dogs out, make sure they stretch their legs. My brother just had to put his cat down, and just put his cat down, and yeah, it was my mum's cat. So, and he's sending me. I can see he's sending me text messages, and I'm going to ignore them because yeah, as you can imagine, there's a little bit of an emotion there. Yeah, she was 15, I believe. Yeah. Sorry, I just need a second. Okay. Yeah, pets are very tough. Um, I mean, I met the cat, but I've lived away. But it was my mum's cat. That my brother took over looking after. And our family has an unfortunate um, timing thing where holidays are the worst things to happen, or holidays and birthdays. So my mum passed away on Christmas Day, or Christmas Eve our time, Christmas Day UK time, and my mother-in-law passed away on Easter. My father-in-law passed away 17 years ago yesterday, and so we have like these really miserable um, anniversaries that coincide with things that should be happy and good times, right? So we just kind of keep hitting them. Yeah, the duality of life. And I'm not depressed over that, by the way. I'm not. I'm like, to me, it's something that it is what it is. You can move on, um, but if you get inside of you, that's tough. We get both sides of the coin. We do. And I apologize for sharing that on stream. It's like, unfortunately, that just it's weird timing. So I do apologize. Okay. I'm putting this part off as well because I'm not. So I know I've got the character right. I've got this now. If I want to move this, right, I have two challenges. The first challenge is moving the character around the screen with the right thing, right? This input manager thing. Again, I've seen this done, and I don't know how this connects to this, right? Am I abstracting that, or does the player get an input manager? Does the player get input, right? Because the input manager is very simple from a script perspective, and again, this one's just a node, right? And I'm just getting if the input is action. So this has no bearing on anything, right? So why do I need to do anything as a manager? Whoa. New Magatron, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hello, how you doing? Meat-based. That's an awesome emote. 12 hours. You wish. We've been going for 3, so we're good so far. Welcome in. How was the stream? How did it go? What were you working on today? the days of 24-hour streams for me are long past. I melted my brain cells trying to figure out how to blueprint a drawable chalkboard in UE5. Spending a nap. Ooh. I've tinkered with some blueprint stuff. It is not easy. Like, blueprints are obviously a little easier than writing code if you can get your head around how they actually work. But nice. Well, you join me struggling through something way simpler. Yeah. We just had a conversation about tutorials and why I am stubborn and probably have some learning issues. Because, I'm a stumble through. I just actually compared my my learning style to this, where basically I just kind of fall down and figure out things as I fall down until I get to the end. So I'm a pachinko machine method of learner. Right. I don't watch videos. I don't read books. I kind of pick and choose pieces as I go and get my way through. But I try and, I always try and understand them. But yeah. So for those joining, thank you very much for coming in. I appreciate it. I do not normally do game dev on the stream. This is something that I am doing because it is my birthday. I do love games. I collect games. I love playing games, and I really do want to build a game eventually. Normally I'm doing app development. Mondays we do one project, and on Wednesdays through Fridays we do a larger project that I work on. But today we're doing some game dev, so welcome in. And so what I'm building right now is I'm building a little shoot 'em up, trying to stumble through. Canny has been helping me with my stumble. And we've got this moving so we can move the camera up the screen. Happy birthday, turn 21. I wish. I wish. I am a lovely 44 years old today. So. And good news, I get to go and do karate sparring this evening. So that's a kind of a highlight of my day. I push him so he stumbles a bit. This is how it works, right? Yeah, it's working. So we've got the camera moving. We've got the thing moving up the screen. That's awesome. That works. Wow, wow, I see how it is. We all show up. Not even the highlight. I believe it or not, I actually did think right as I said that. I was like, well, hold on. But I didn't want to backtrack. But thank you for calling me out on it. Yeah. You know, I don't normally stream this late. So, a raid, um, a bunch of people coming in, that's fantastic. I do appreciate that much. Again, getting older, chasing the karate thing is a lot harder. But I do love the sparring because it tests your knowledge, it tests your physical ability, and everything like that. So that's why I said it was the highlight of my day. But yes, I appreciate you being here, Defaults, from the start as well. You've been here for 3 hours already. You need to take a nap or something? So yeah. So what I want to do now is I want to get this character moving around. So what I was discussing then is kind of, I've seen input managers and stuff plugged in. I'm also here just sometimes in mute. That's perfectly fine. I appreciate everyone hanging out. It's fun. Well, Deflux is not normally up early, so normally I stream 7 to 9 Eastern, and Deflux oftentimes comes in the last 5 minutes, saying that I stream too early. Unfortunately, that's my work day, right? So, I actually should reply my boss has texted me and said, happy birthday. So I've sadly been almost 24 hours now procrastinating with sleep or procrastinating with actually getting stuff done. So yeah, input manager. Right now I can't see how that works because the player kind of needs to do. I need to move the player around. So how do I do that? How do I say this is the player I want to move around, and translate their position around the screen? How does that work? And why does that polygon look so busted? That's. Well, the problem is I don't want that. I don't want that attached to the camera because I want it to. The player should move it, but if your player is not touching it, it should carry on moving up the screen. So how do I do that? I said doing projects that feel like work. Ooh. Doing projects that feel like work. Normally you'd move the player and the camera follows the player. Yeah. True. So do I literally attach this to the camera node? Or do I do something different? I need to fix that polygon because it's going to bug me. How do I edit that polygon? Ah, that's how. That might be a challenge right in a second. Oh, okay. That looks better already. Fixed it. Yeah. Well, I want the camera to constantly move up the screen at a speed, right? If the player sits here and butts up against this, then the player should carry on moving forward, right? You know how something that is fun turns into a whole job? That's where I'm at 80% done, last 20% is the hardest. That's true of a lot of things. It's one of the things that worries me. So my main project on stream is this Liquid Sky project, which is a planning tool, right? So think Jira, Trello, Plus, etc. Right? So I have this large system, this distributed system, and my concern is that I'm going to get to a point where it just feels like work because it's an app, right? But it's so big already. That I'm worried about that becoming to feel like work. So that's why I stream it as well, because it keeps me focused. It keeps me being able to discuss it and keep fresh ideas coming. I would attach the player to the camera and move the player only in local space. So change position and not global position. So do I literally do that? Yeah. Okay. And then, yeah, so I can't find the original motivation I had now. Yeah. It's why when people are trying to pick up projects, I always say, find something you're passionate about, right? Don't try and pick something for the sake of picking it or let someone else pick what you're doing. Pick something because you care about the thing that you're doing. if that's like accountancy, then but you know a bit about that and you love that field, go and write something in accountancy. Right? Talking Shazam in Twitch chat. But yeah, it's important to find your energy, and that's why a lot of projects go away, right? Because you have a motivation to start, something's energetic, but then, and I mean, I can't speak for anyone else, but for me, you know, if I'm working on this and it gets too difficult, right, without Canny's prompts right now, I don't think I'd have got this far. Like, not giving me exact code, but giving me a lot of like, oh, do this, right? You know, it's easy to. I can't figure this out. I'm bored. I'm done. I'm bored. Because one of the options I do have on the stream today is to play some games. I have a retro console thing below the over here, and I can just pop that on and stream some games. And we're doing that on Saturday. We're playing some Doom and some what else we were playing? Bomberman and Boogerman. There's a lot of man there. 90s video games. F-Zero, that was awesome. Yeah. Talking to Sammy Twitch chat. That's what I have passion for, is sharing, if that's okay. Absolutely. This is a safe place for you to share. All these 2D games give me Pokemon vibes from 2006. That's before my time. 99, baby. Yup. TBD, my dog tells me he has an important business call from the wild. When you do this kind of stream, I will be happy to help you further. But for now, I have to let the organic 3D press outside to water the plants, produce biomass. Kenny, thank you very much for all the assistance. I do appreciate it. Enjoy your walk. And I will see you again soon. I will post a video if I get this working further in channels. Yeah. So, thank you for the assistance. Okay, so we got the player moving along, but now we need to move the player about. So I'm going to get rid of Input Manager because Input Manager is useless right this second, right? It's kind of like meh. Why bother, right? So Game Manager, let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of that class. We don't need it right this second. So let's not overthink it. Now let's attach the player script I do have, right? And Input Manager, so let's build that. Why does that debugger 216 at the bottom give me errors 216? I don't know. I have no idea what that means. I've probably broken this through playing with the Atlas so much. So we'll just do that for now, it's fine. Yeah, maybe we see us later on a spontaneous stream. Good luck to you and everyone else here. Yep. We'll choose the head in sand approach to solving problems. Okay, so let's open the player script, and now we're going to attach the player script to the player. And let's say this is a character body 2D. I love how I've got some namespaces and some not namespaces, it's fine. And then let's do, yes, it's cool. As export. Yeah, we'll do that. That's 25F. And then we do want that to be. We don't want the player speed to be not controllable from. Oh, yeah, it's fine. And then I probably want override physics process. Then if input dot is action pressed, and now these actions, so from what I've learned so far, we have project settings, and then we have an input node in here somewhere, input map, and then you map the keys to these actions. So the key mapping and the actual actions are different. As a Python dev, C# and C++ scares me. How so? I mean, C# is a lot simpler than C++. I mean, C++ in general just looks scarier from the syntax perspective. There's some weird rules, especially when you get to more modern versions. Too many things can break from my experience. Yeah, C# a little bit more protected. Not likely to have major issues. But I can see that. Okay, so I called those wrong. Move left, move right. We're going to leave scroll up and scroll down alone for right a second. I'm just going to worry about left and right movement. So if his action pressed, move left. I think the most scary part of looking at C++, position plus equals, that works, right? Guess what it's going to do now? Okay, let's see. And now should this be position or is this offset? No, this doesn't have offset. Okay, so the camera has offset, but the player has position. Let's see if that actually does anything. Look at that. Finger beauty. It's like I know what I'm doing. So player, movement speed, 85. They always look like someone has mismanaged their memory. There you go. The only experience I have with C++ so far is using pointers and registries. It was horrifying. Yeah, I can see. I can definitely appreciate that. Pointers get intimidating. C# kind of you kind of, once you've developed enough of it, you can understand, get a bit of a reference versus value, etc. You can kind of get a bit of appreciation, but it is the syntax in C++ again is the hardest part, I think. Yeah. So yeah. I do want to say as well, if there's anyone who has thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, if you think, oh, this is terrible, you shouldn't do it that way, this stream is not one of leave me to it or hey, I'm too proud to ask for help. This is definitely one of I'm comfortable with being terrible and being called out for being terrible with it. So I have no worries about that sort of stuff. I may need to take a break shortly. Dogs are kind of getting restless, so my dogs are kind of sleepy dogs. They're still puppies, but they have these big bursts of energy. So throughout the day, when we're at work and stuff, they settle. Well, kind of co-developing with a bit unethical reasoning. Sorry, that was a whistle. I chose the wrong order to have coffees in today. I chose to drink the cold coffee before the hot coffee. And yes, I did get 2 coffees because I wanted the sweet coffee, but I drank the cold one, and now the hot one's cold, so I ended up with 2 cold coffees. So let's go back here. Project settings. Move up, down. So if input dot is action press, move up. Position. I mean, this is pretty simple stuff, right? I'm trying to keep my eyes open. Room temp coffee. Okay, there you go. Is coffee not sending you straight to the bathroom? No. And I won't have any more coffee for today. The rest will be water. I kind of generally get my coffee fix right up at the beginning of the day and then go without, because then I get water to get me hydrated for karate class. Okay, so we've got a ship moving around. That's awesome. Let's commit that. Movement of ship. Attached. Ship to camera. And move around screen. Why does down seem slower than the other 3 axes? Probably because the camera's moving up, I would imagine. Although, if you saw it at the end there, so it probably is because the camera's moving up screen. Well, that might be a mental thing there. I don't think it is. Although it does feel like it's kind of slowing the movement up the screen as well. So I don't know whether that's a visual effect or whatever, but either way, that's working fine. Okay, now we have the biggest challenge I have. So I'm not going to worry about bounds. Yeah. Well, we'll come back around to that afterwards. Because again, one of the things that I kind of get stuck with every time I try and pick up something like Godot is, how do I do this? How do I do that? What's the right way of doing this? And then I get stuck on the right way. And I'll never know the right way because, again, programming is, only slightly factually based. Everything's opinion. So subjective. Okay, we'll go with subjective. Programming on the internet, there's always a different way of doing things. Some people think there's a right way. Some people think there's a wrong way. There's a lot of opinions. So if I get stuck on the right way, I'm gonna struggle. So, I'm not going to focus too much on bounds because obviously I could fly off the edge of the screen. There's the right and wrong way and the working and not working way. Yeah, I've been a developer professional developer for 25 years. I've been developing applications in a variety of environments, several languages, mainly .NET, right? And I've watched a lot of videos. I've watched a lot of speakers tell me what the right way to do is, for 3 hours. And there's a lot of people out there that have a lot of opinions on how you should write code. But the reality is, if the code works and you understand it, great. If it's got a memory leak or it crashes, okay, that's an opportunity to learn and grow, right? That's not a if someone says, oh, well, you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong, and you don't see that problem because they can't explain it to you, you're never going to understand what the problem is. So sometimes it's okay to fail. The measure is, how do you recover from the failure, and what do you do to move forward? So yeah, so the working and not working is if it doesn't work, then that's a problem, no matter how I write the code. And the right way, even the right way isn't even, only time it becomes an issue is if the code base is a million lines of code and they can't fix memory leaks. Right, but if you've written a million lines of code, yeah, you've got a pretty good understanding of what it's doing. So, okay, let's go. Gotta keep an eye out as well, because I have a new toy arriving today. Well, a new to me toy. It's a 30-year-old toy, plus. Okay. Okay, so we got the player. Assume at that point above is mainly the resources it would take to refactor and fix it. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't think there's a perfect code base. The came back. Tiles has chords. What is this doing? Cannot create tile. The tiles outside the tiles and textures. That's that. That's a tile set. There's my tile set. We don't need that one, do we? We determined we didn't need that one. because we just pulled the player this sprite comes from. Dissect, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. This comes from this texture, which is from this atlas that pulls in the image. Okay, so that's that. So let's... Okay, that's better. So that was because I pulled in a tile set and it tried to... Oh no. Why did I get a bone from? Whoops. Player... I don't need no bones. I don't think it's a perfect code base. Clicks debug errors. Yeah, well, I mean, and that was only added because I added something else there, so it's fine. I like this method of working with the code. Yeah, just shut it down and hit clear. It's fine. Okay, so we are working still, but we can go off the screen. That's again. I'm not worried. I'm not panicked about that. I got off the map. We can worry about balance checking later on. That's one thing. So now, the part that I'm probably the most scared about is figuring out the pew-pews. I've been hearing Pirate Software praise Godot. I never heard of it until recently. I think a lot of people praise Godot. Again, canny, sorcery, and a lot of other streamers I've started to watch do a lot of Godot. Even Seto has been, building in Unity, but has done a little bit of Godot stuff and seemed to enjoy the experience. It's a generally good tool, it seems. Yeah. What am I doing? Oh yeah, that's what I was doing there. I was gonna commit update scene to clean up unnecessary tiles. I'm trying to move forward and commit as I go to make sure that I've got something that I can at least say, yep, I did this. I don't know if you know what Cura Slicer is, but this UI gives me that vibe. I do know what Cura is. I have 3D printers. Yeah. That hadn't dawned on me until you said that now, but yeah, Cura. It does look like the same tool set as Cura. Okay, so we need a bullet. So what does a bullet look like? Well, this is, we're going to get into kind of prefabs, isn't it? Or I think that's a Unity term, but yeah. Maybe the top middle bar just hit me when I saw it. Yeah, well, I looked at the editors as well, like the widgets. Okay, so let's add. So what's this going to be? This is going to be a node 2D. But is it going to be a character body 2D? Or an area 2D? So an area 2D with collision, I suppose. So let's create a new script. Pews. It's an area 2D. And then this is the challenging part. So add child node, area 2D. And then add child node, sprite 2D. And then in this, I want a new atlas texture. The atlas is going to be load tile maps and then we're going to pick edit region, and then it's going to be grid snap. Off topic a bit, but curious. Everyone hated .NET when I started. What would you say is the best use case for .NET? And Phil Schnabel, hello. How you doing? You join me doing game dev. Best use case for .NET. I mean, primarily application stuff, right? So, I mean, obviously this is using .NET, and Godot is using .NET 8. So it's using the latest version, whereas Unity is still stuck behind. Building applications of scale, building business applications is definitely a strong use case for .NET. The tooling, the frameworks that are available. I think .NET probably sits for me as one of the most robust or diverse frameworks for the things that you've done with it. You know, not to say that other frameworks don't have, or other languages don't have frameworks, but I think .NET being the framework, C# being the most common language in there, I think it's just got such a wide base of applications. You know, whether it's ASP.NET and you're doing web apps, whether it's client apps or Maui and Blazor stuff, and then whether you go into the desktop, there's still desktop tools, WPF, and even Windows Forms still. There's just a lot of broad usage, and the framework itself is now so rich. .NET's pretty good in many cases, but not so good as a systems language. If you need to run on something that's not Windows, Linux, and Mac, it might not be the best. But even then, it's better than it used to be, right? .NET 8 is still usable, and you can still build solid apps that run on a Mac or run on Linux. It's not impossible anymore. Old .NET framework, yeah, it was Windows only. But I think Microsoft have done a lot to get rid of that stigma. And it is the same framework. It's not like Java, where you have the different implementations of the framework. So you end up with OpenJDK to develop with, because the full Java isn't. Yeah. You determine whatever you put first. There was a link, by the way. So we got asterisk, 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 and Lua. VB.NET, right? But I think .NET Framework has matured to that point where it is viable, and people still do prefer. If you're a Mac user or you're a Linux user primarily, .NET is probably not your go-to, but it still has all the right tools to build apps, and they've put a lot of work in there. I think seeing the language used, seeing the framework used for things like Godot is nice. Unity, and big games are built on these things, so it's not like it can't do it. I feel like VB was like a baby language, but it seemed powerful. I mean, I when I first started, so you said you were born in 1999. I think I started work in 1999, and I was working as a BASIC developer, working with command line, working on Unix systems, but writing BASIC code before Visual Basic was used for my company. I think Visual Basic existed long before then, but yeah, I started working in 1999 on a Unix-based system, writing BASIC code, and Visual Basic seemed like a natural fit. But once I started playing with C#, so going back a bit of history, the developer of C Sharp, the original architect of C Sharp, the idea was to make it a C-like language, heavily influenced by Java, because they were both running virtual machines, heavily influenced by Java. Java had been around for quite a while at that point. But also, if you look at Turbo Pascal, and more precisely Ball and Delphi, which used Turbo Pascal as its language, there's a lot of the way that's designed in C Sharp. And they're from the same person, right? Anders Heilberg, however you pronounce the name, is one of the fundamental architects of Turbo Pascal and Delphi, and then C Sharp later. So they kind of fit nicely. So once I got into the tooling, C Sharp felt really nice, especially with Windows Forms. But so I've been building mobile and desktop applications with .NET since the early 2000s. Very interesting. I appreciate the insight. I love learning about use cases and hearing from people who've used and don't just hate on it due to others' opinions. That's insane. Yeah, so back in 2004, I was 2004, 2007, when I finished working in the UK, I was building mobile applications for parking. So, yeah, well, Den's got lots of opinions. Yeah, and I think the right tool for the job is important. Nope. Create polygon. Update preview. Yeah, that works. Sometimes based on reality, good enough tool for the job. Sometimes I feel like a lot of opinions just based off this one takes more skill. If you've put a lot of work into learning something and you feel that you know it's better, I mean, some people do it just because they've committed so much time to one thing that they feel that they can't possibly be something else. Then that's fine. Hey Trap, how are you doing? Welcome in. Right tool for the job can be difficult if the people involved don't have a broad knowledge of the tools. Well, yeah. I also think some C# is a bit enterprising, not something for cool startups. Yeah, C#, .NET definitely has that attached to it, right? It's not the cool startup tool. By the way, if you are interested in retro gaming at all, and very cool development, Trap builds a 3DO emulator called Opera, and is also developing dev kits on stream. Talking about history and stuff, fascinating to watch and to learn from. So highly recommend going checking out his stream. Tools meaning different languages, different libraries, different platforms, etc. Yeah, and I think a lot of things, we develop like for me, application dev is my bread and butter, right? But we develop things, and then these new tools come along, and oftentimes we are rushed into changing, using the tooling to the point where you can't always learn everything you need to know. So you're left a little deficient sometimes, and that's where code gets tough, right? When applications have had stuff added into them, or oh look, new shiny technology, that's when it gets difficult. Sorcery, hello, how are you doing? I used to work in C# startup, then I released It Wasn't Cool. Oh, doggos. I'm in a C# startup, but it's kind of maturing now. Well, we also got COBOL, so quite opposite. Okay. I need to go take a quick break because I need to go and walk two puppies. Today it is birthday stream, as mentioned, and I am trying to build something I've never done before. I've never built any games. So we've got a character moving around, plane moving around on the screen. We've got a camera moving up. This is challenging for me because I'm not building it in the same way I normally would build software. So, yeah. So this is what I'm working on. I will be right back though. I do need to go take these 2 pups out, and I'll be right back. Take care. Okay, sorry about that. So there we go. The dogs decided that they wanted to lie down and just smell the fresh air. So I didn't want to rush them too much. That being good pups. Unfortunately for me, this is normal because I work from home. So I don't want to, even though I'm home on a day off, I don't want to necessarily just go out there and mess up their days. You know, so, because they've got to learn that I'm not going to be. Okay. I'm just going to catch up a second. Realistically, wow, you guys chatted a lot. Game up is a bit different. Predicting 2 streams were in a game engine. No. So I back in the 90s, early 2000s, no 90s, back in the 90s when I was playing with DirectX and stuff, and I was trying to learn how to do that. And again, my brain just I didn't. Well, back then it was only from books, so it's whatever I could figure out. And building the game engine and stuff just that was a lot of work. I definitely wouldn't try and pick up building a game engine. Front end frameworks. I'm not going to read everything out. Front end frameworks. So Angular is used in. So I use Angular in the main application. So this Liquid Sky application, there's an Angular front end in this. I kind of like Angular. Blazor and I have a difficult relationship. I think Blazor is difficult. Pushing off learning. Wow. It decided that bite them was the blocking thing there. Pushing off learning and dealing with typing is pushing off pain. Dynamically typed languages are user friendly only insofar that it allows them to do things that will come by them later rather than build time. Yeah, dynamic typing doesn't give you any necessarily more security. The Angular though looks very similar to my React structure. Probably. It's one of the things I've discussed before is like this is I'm primarily a back-end developer. I'm really comfortable when I'm playing with, database layers, messaging, publishing information, etc. That's kind of like where I'm happiest. I'm not happy when it comes to the client side. So, looking at the layout and stuff and the things that you have to do. The thing I like about Angular is the separation of code and view. That feels right for me. Blazor by default merges them in. And Blazor, I just feel like I try not to be too critical. Blazor, I feel, is just a little bit of a messy world right now. And I think that's Microsoft's kind of problem. I had to maintain a complex Python data pipeline. I really wanted types when doing refactoring. Yeah. Thank you for the welcome back, by the way. I didn't want to read right all the way through chat because you guys had quite a discussion going on. We don't need me to catch up with that. Yeah. Without the types, I think the scripting is the power. But let's see how far I can get this today. So tomorrow's stream will be similar in that it can be longer. I booked tomorrow off as well. I'm keeping an eye on the postal service, being that my 3DO and the ODE should arrive both at the same time, which is awesome timing, being that I only ordered the ODE on Saturday. So this is where I get into kind of prefabs, I suppose is the word. So that goes there. It's my pew, my bullet, right? I keep finding myself in Python leading to a huge loop, and it seems very wrong, but it works. But would love to learn how to make it more streamlined. The only Python I've really done has been Raspberry Pi, electronic stuff. So I haven't used it for anything more serious. I think sorry, back. It's okay. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Yeah, again, I've used C# for so long. Maybe I'm kind of indoctrinated a little bit into the language, but I don't see the point in jumping back and forth between languages, right? If you're happy and you're comfortable using a language and you're productive in doing what you do, I don't think you should necessarily jump. If that language starts to stagnate and the development of it falls behind, and there's better tooling, then yeah, absolutely. Microsoft invests a lot in .NET and in C# specifically. The others kind of fall by the wayside. We'll make you a full stack game dev. So I'm building this because it feels like it's an easier for me to understand the concepts, right? So moving up the screen, moving the camera, right? I'd love to build games, right? This is something I would love to do. So moving around the screen, moving up the camera, this hits the end and there's a limit to it, etc. My ultimate game would be a city builder, right? So with mechanics and whatnot for simulation. I don't know if anyone's ever played it, but if you've ever played, there's my bullet. I think my pew pew might be a little bit too big for my aircraft. Roller Coaster Tycoon, that's an awesome one as well, right? But if you've ever played A Train, so A Train is it's a big franchise in Japan. Dates back to the Sega Genesis had an A Train game on it. And I played the original. The PlayStation 1 had an A Train game on it. It was just titled A Train for the PS1, and I played that so much. So you have a city and it populates some random towns or areas, and then you get resources, and you've got to move the resources into areas to encourage growth. But you've also got to build things there. So you might build a stadium, and you might build a hotel, and then you move people in. So you're trying to build this city and encourage this growth. And I don't know how well it was modeled, but back then it felt really like, whoa, I'm actually building this city. And they had a full stock market and everything like that. So there was an actual economy that was bustling, and you could build buses, and you could go 5 layers up and 5 layers down. So you could go underground and create bus routes and whatnot. And, so yeah, A Train was fantastic, and I'd love to build that sort of game. That's kind of my dream game, because just the mechanics and stuff. But yeah, that would be my game. I had a hobby to learn other languages for a while. Now I stopped. Only do GLSL now. I'm going into the latter half of my career, right? I don't see the benefit in trying to jump around like, oh, look, that's the new hot thing. Let's go pick up Rust. Let's pick up Go. Let's pick up this. Let's pick up that, right? I don't see the benefit in diverting myself into going and picking up new languages unless, again, there's a fundamental reason, right? I'm not going to all of a sudden say, you know what, this application stack thing, I've spent 8 months working on it. I'll just build it all in Go because it's way faster, or it's better in Rust, right? I'd have to learn so many new things to achieve what I've achieved with this so far. So I'd rather put the energy into learning the frameworks and tooling and the practices I need, and not have to relearn syntax. Don't think I've heard of that one yet. A Train's awesome. Well, I found this lib that looks like you can give it a JS file and it create the C# code to call into it, but it's really unclear how to use it. I have my Angular app as one JS file. Oh, you get me interested. Let's give it a look. Oh no, not the empty readme. Yeah. Seems very diamond in the rough lib. Why do you call me like that? As you know, I've been working this for 8 months. So, but yeah, this application stack is 8 months in the making. It does very little overall, but there's a lot of moving parts. There's Kafka, there's Service Bus, and you could argue there's some unnecessary pieces. But you got to kind of figure out what pieces work. Into Trap's point before, right? About and I was kind of joining in on the understanding. Like there's tools here that I don't fully understand how to use effectively, maybe, but I'm using them because I know the pieces I need from them. But over time, my hope would be that my skill set grows because I've got that time to focus on those pieces. And coming back on the messaging thing, the whole city builder thing definitely intrigues me. What pieces from my day-to-day could I actually bring into the game thing to use to messaging and eventing and like an actual message bus, etc. Are those things used in game dev? What does that mean? If I have a city that is kind of aware of financial events and whatnot, all sorts of different ideas are going through my head. But I decided to start with a shoot 'em up because it might be a little simpler than simulating a city. Someone break down, how do I figure out the lib without a readme? So we kind of actually talked about this before, like my learning practices, right? So Canny was like, don't forget you can hit F1. I haven't hit F1 in decades, right? Like going and looking at the documentation. My normal way of doing that would be I go in here and I go area 2D dot and I go through and figure out what methods are available. And then this one, this library looks like, Godot looks like it got pretty good comments on the actual methods. You can also, with .NET, obviously, I can decompile it. So I can actually go and have a look at the actual library footprint as well and see what's available as a whole, which might assist. So there are some benefits there. Are you going to start? No. I again, my pachinko method of learning is I'm going to now refer to it as, just bounce problem to problem to problem to problem to problem until I actually hit a solution. And that's cost me, right? That's cost me a lot of time and energy in a lot of places. I read documentation quite often. I get really annoyed when all I find are YouTube videos. That does bug me. The number of, if I'm looking for stuff on this, the number of videos I find out versus articles or actual, and the docs are not solid for certain. The compilation is good. If you know assembler, everything is open source. There's that. Something to do with the test, just not sure where they output to. I need to run the tests. Normally you'll tell it a runner and it'll kind of give you a depending on the tool, it could give you a HTML page. It might generate an actual HTML output defaults when you run it. Decompiling and reading opcodes is pain. So TrapESIT does a lot of C++ on stream and goes into the actual libraries that 3DO games are built with, etc. And we're discussing things like magic numbers and bad comments. I think people rely upon comments a lot, and you end up with a mess. Like even those bug me because I don't need to know. If I know why I'm using the method, I know why I don't need the comment. The comment's only useful the first time, so you end up repeating that effort. Yeah, I found a test Explorer thing. Nice. So let's see. So that's why it moves to scripts, and this confused me the other day because I didn't realize that this moves the mode of this panel. The only comments I see are to do, fix this. Actually, there's a tool in this one. There you go. 18 to-dos. Not my code. 1. Oh, wow, that's cool. It takes a throw not implemented exception and makes it a to-do. Nice. So that's the only piece of code that I control that has anything to do, but that's because I haven't used this mechanism yet. Sorry, I just gotta, again, health things. Really? So you have some health issues. You are waiting for doctors to sort stuff out with insurance. You get a message from the pharmacy saying, "Hey, could you please sign in and register for this and agree to accept the messages?" And you click on the link, you fill in all the stuff, and it says, "Happy birthday." Not funny. I don't need a pharmacy to say happy birthday. I had to agree to privacy consents and all sorts to be told happy birthday when I'm waiting for the doctor to give me something. Healthcare. Yeah. Well, that's actually the worry. But yeah, it's like, okay. So I have this pew pew thing, right? And this pew pew thing needs to be a lot smaller. So it's 16 by 16 texture. And I want to transform it and scale. Right. That looks a bit better. Now, your total is. Dear. It's amusing. It is honestly amusing, but it's just. Okay, so now this is too big. But I can scale that down. Okay. That's awesome. Okay. I don't even go to the dock anymore. If I'm sick, I'd rather just not know and go on with my life. Well, so like I said, I'm a father. I'm in my mid-40s, and I want to do karate. I want to stay healthier. So I kind of paid attention to it and decided to go to the doctor, which I found out, not easy. But yeah, I'd recommend getting checked out. It's I'm going to put that there. Now, what I think I need here is something to spawn the pew-pews, right? I don't normally make silly names in games, in code, by the way. It's actually something I dislike doing. Yeah, I'm just having fun with this, right? So, I don't think anybody could figure out the pew-pews. So I think what I need is something to spawn the instances of those. and then manage killing them, ending them. Well, I'm kind of happy I went to the doctor when I lost part of my eyesight. Turned out my retina got detached. If not treated, would have gone blind. Yeah, I mean, there's things like, again, I have blood pressure issues, I have thyroid issues, I have all sorts of stuff. I said I didn't expect to live this long. If I knew I was going to live this long, I would have taken better care of myself. I feel him. And again, it's why I picked up karate, right? I picked up karate because I did not want to be running around as an overweight guy. You know, I'm not small. So, you know, it's worth looking after yourself, and you know, all kinds of comes in, right? You can, if you look after yourself, you eat healthier, you avoid things that are too bad for you, and your concentration might be better. You know, there's, especially as software developers, we sit or even stand a lot of time. What in the holy heck is that, Deflux? Is that interpreted? That's the interrupt library that it generated. Now, do you have to know about them? Also, I had huge headaches. Turned out my blood pressure was very high. Had to switch work. Now it's good. Yeah, my blood pressure was very high. Routinely like 160 over 120 or something like that. It was ridiculously high. You know, and it's dangerous. Yeah, so I built Angular to the main.js, and I pointed this tool at the main.js file. Gotcha. And it gave you, do you actually need to know how to call them things, or does it kind of interpret it back? Or, sorry, forgive me if I'm being dense on how interrupt was. The one day the mailman's super late as well. That's what I gave me. Okay. So I think what I need to do is I need to put a kind of a point on here from which things will emit. And then I need to track kind of spawn instances of those things, and then they have velocity, or they have whatever. So so I think these do nice, it's trying to help me. But this isn't the one that's going to do it. So when do you use a scene? Like it, because I assume I'm going to have to make do I make a scene out of this pew pew, because then all the behavior of the bullet is in there? I was hoping there was some like Angular main method or something that would go back, look in the DOM and find the at root and fill it. I'm back. Welcome back. Anyone here know how to use Electron? I want to learn. Electron? You mean? Or do you mean Electron? Uh-oh. You're getting myself in trouble. I typed Electron and it took me to eBay. Yeah, making something like a bullet is a scene is good practice. That way you can make copies of it as you need, and they'll all share the same behavior. Okay, so I want to make a scene. Forgive my naming for right a second. And then that's a, what does it call it, bullet? Is it a node scene rather than an actual? Because then this goes in there. No. Copy. Paste. So this I want to make an area 2D. So I kind of want to make this. So change type, area 2D. Then this and this go up there. That goes away. So make it node 2D. So what's the difference between area 2D and node 2D? You can just right click the root of what you want to make a scene and it creates it for you automatically. Ah, so I could have gone, so I could have built, hold on, let's do this. So I go back here. Save branch as scene. Go away. Save branch as scene. Bullet. Okay. So I can go back there and I can remove that because I don't need it in this scene. And now I've got a pew pew, which, yes, I realize is a silly name, but let's call that bullet now. And then bullet. That renames everything there. That's fine. True, forgot this way. This is the best one. Well, we're learning. We're learning. So now, let's see if I can't. Okay, so let's go to project settings, add a new action, shoot. And this is going to be space physical. Now I still think, I need something to track. Well, actually, let's start with one, right? So we have the player. The player gets input on physics. The bullet has physics. And really this is position plus equals vector.up vector2 up. What am I doing wrong? Vector2 up. It's a thing. Oh, because I saved it wrong. Okay. Interesting. Good on. Node 2D is the common behavior for all 2D nodes. It contains things like position, rotation, and area 2D is a specific 2D node that defines an area that can be used as a collider trigger, etc. So I do need collision. The node 2D answer from me came when you started with node. The difference is not a node 2D just has transforms, and an area 2D has also functions to detect entering and exiting things. Solid model student. Oh. Okay. I apologize if you get hit by ads. They are an unfortunate necessity. I'm going to go probably a little longer. I want to get this on screen at the very least, right? That's my goal. I thank you for hanging out for me while I'm doing something that is completely outside of my comfort zone. This is, believe it or not, actually nerve-wracking. Nice. Also, you can avoid using Angular, use some libraries, and use Blazor to do it. Awesome. Okay, so let's go and so first I probably need a spawn point on the front of my player, right? Because having somewhere add node 2D, no, node 2D, spawn. The question is, what one is the main method? Well, you're going to have to learn how to instantiate an instance of that thing in the screen, right? And then, so there's no real main method. Calm as possible. That is nerve-wracking. Yeah. I'm so busy and could have caught the beginning of it. I won't miss this. Well, I appreciate you being here. I really appreciate the help. I appreciate the motivation. It is incredibly appreciated. Well, what is the method that goes out and looks at the DOM and fills the HTML tags? Well, it's gonna. I'm not sure what that would be, because you're not going to have a normal. Because normally with Angular, so okay, it's trying to do some Angular for a second. So I run the application up. 2 days of getting GD extensions running, and still a stupid error that doesn't tell me what's the problem. Always a challenge. Okay. Yeah, man. So for those who haven't seen it, the main application I work on the stream is Liquid Sky is project. The intention of this is to be a project management tool, and it's very much what my latest. Oh no, I can't run that. Dot services dot ps1 down. Dot Liquid Sky dot services dot ps1 up SQL Server console Kafka Redis RabbitMQ. I'll do for now. That doesn't look right. Why are you not running everything? That's going to start a bit more than I wanted it to, but whatever. Ooh, you're in the Visual C++ runtime. Liquid Sky, that's the title of a great, odd, artsy film from '82. I did not know that. As always, naming is hard, and putting a name on a project like this so early on is not worth the energy. So I put two words that came together, and that was the plan. Failed to get configuration. Oh, you know what? I bet it's wiped out the nodes. So the downside to storing, trying to get TensorFlow for Godot running. Wow. The downside to storing so much information, using so many different systems, is you end up in a world of pain if you. Yeah, there's the Ocelot configuration, and that's wrong. That's just because it's started up. So let's stop all running. Open in Explorer. So I need this. This is the Ocelot configuration. It kind of creates a stub. So this is for the API gateway. And then I store my Kafka routes inside of here to try and make it easier for every application piece to get their routes. Okay, so that should now start up a little bit better. Yeah, so it's loading its configuration from there. And then we go here and tenant management. So it is a distributed system. WUK. There you go. Okay. So deflux to, so you've got a control that you're trying to add into the page from Blazor. So however you do that, typically a control in Angular is going to be, you know, a component that you are adding in there. There's no initialize method on that. So, I mean, you do have an on init. There is a constructor, depending on what that exposes. Right, index.html down here. You have app root, yeah. Do you have and I want our app root? Yeah. Yeah. And then Angular itself will initialize itself into that. So Bootstrap application in Angular is what will then go and load app component. App component being here. App component is initialized, and that has the router outlet in it. And this attaches a router outlet to it, so then all the routing and stuff works. So ultimately, Bootstrap component is what you want to call if you're going to build the actual app. Then that would be it. That would be what you call Bootstrap application. So the purpose of this application is, for those who haven't seen it as I've got it open, I believe that planning software is a challenge that should not be a developer problem, right? Planning being capturing requirements, getting information together. Most developers are not analysts. We are developers. We sit down, we like writing code. We do not like to do everything else. So the purpose of this tool is one of gathering requirements, adding, so planning is its own component. And then from planning becomes stories. So there's a lot of flow there, and also being able to notify people of changes and things like that. So that's kind of the focus of Liquid Sky. Very much focused on not being a developer mess. Okay, so I need to move this. Now, how can I make sure this is relative? This stays relative. So that's spawn, right? Now, if I've got my player, right, and I want that there, right, will that always move relative now to that position? Oh, your package is here. Ooh. I'll be right back. I do need to go and get a package off the doorstep. Sorry about that. My new to me 30-year-old plus toy arrived, so. Okay, you have a question? Okay, so I want to do. So here's what I want to do. I want to go into here and I need, let's say, a bullet. Public float speed get set equals 120. But you don't need to do 120.0. It's fine. Yeah, absolutely. So again, I ordered the ODE from Stone Age Gamer on Saturday. That arrived in the same mail as the 3DO that was shipped last Wednesday. So yeah, I'm now I'm like, ooh, I want to go play. Unfortunately, I do not have the ability or wiring available to me to set that thing up and play it on stream. I need to go and pull boxes out and stuff. So I'm excited to play that later. Yeah, so what I just had delivered, for those that don't know, the guy that shipped it actually messaged me and said, I forgot to put the composite cable in. I'm like, oh, it's fine. I'll be fine. Not like I don't have a couple of hundred. So I just got one of these in the mail. So I have one of these, but these aren't compatible with the ODEs, the ODE that got. This is a much better one for that one. And I also like to have one I don't mess around with, so. Best videos from the videos are quite good. Perhaps best of any console. Oh, nice. Can rival RGB mods on normal CRTs. Yeah. I want to, what have I got? Most of my consoles I don't have modded. I have one modded, no, Genesis. I have one modded. But normally I use scales and stuff. I've got Framemeisters and retro tinks and stuff like that. I tend to go overboard on those sorts of things. I collect lots of hardware for them, so I've always got options and stuff. Okay, so bullet needs to do that times speed times delta. Why don't you like that? Oh, because you need to do float. It needs to be cast to float. Why isn't that float by default if that's normally what you're doing? On my setup, I just use a cheap USB composite S-video capture device. A retro tinted HDMI capture will look better, but never bothered. Nice. Yeah, it's funny, the last couple of years, I've actually used a cheap, like, Amazon composite device to HDMI. Because normally I'm playing on monitors or whatever, but yeah. My intention is to build an entire cabinet that I can actually put the consoles in, wire them up, and then not have to keep unsetting them. but that becomes a dusting nightmare. Yeah. Okay, so that's the speed. Now, assume. I mean, I'm only using it for casual testing. If I was gaming on the stream, I would. But if Fixel releases his digital converter for 3D, I'll install that. Nice. It's kind of like why I've bothered to invest in the FPGAs a lot. So I have already good options for things like the Genesis, the Super Nintendo, the TurboGrafx, and now I've got the CD option as well, right? With the analog stuff. I do have the Pocket and stuff, but then having the real hardware is something I do enjoy. And I put ODEs in things like the Saturn. I think that no, I took out the mode from the Saturn so I could put it in the Dreamcast, and I put the, why do I want to say Phoenix? Whatever it is, I put the ODE that I replaced the mode in the Saturn with the different ODE, so I have them, so I can play on real hardware just with that. But that one required removing the CD drive, but I've got multiple Saturns. Yeah, so one day I want the space to be able to go and do everything else. Sorry, Default, you asked a question before. Do you use the standalone components in Angular? Is it possible to export just the standalone components because Blazor has a custom component namespace registration thing? Yes, you can just use the standalone components. So modules in Angular 17 aren't the default. It's standard to use the custom components, the standalone components, so that you don't have all the includes necessary. So these are part of modules here, but then I do have these standalone components up here that are standalone true, because then they import their requirements, so they're kind of self-contained. Still getting my head around that one. Okay, so I have a bullet. I need to fire a bullet. So the first thing is, can I spawn a bullet, right? So the player. So I tinkered with this the other day, right? Oh, I know what I've got an example of. Set cell. Maybe I don't have, because I'm just changing the map there. I'm not really creating an instance of a thing. Do I literally just create a new bullet and then give it a position? Whoa. C# Fritz, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome in. How was the stream? Well, I hope. Gabriel, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you are well. Wan, thank you very much for the happy birthday. Also, Chris, thank you very much for the happy birthday. Appreciate it. I'm 44 years young today and deciding to do a long stream and doing something I don't normally do. So, with chat all over the place. So, hope the stream went well. Today I am doing something a little unusual for me. I'm trying to play with some game dev stuff. So far we've got little aircraft moving around the screen, and we're about to try and fire some bullets out of this, make a little shoot 'em up. I'm learning some principles. I'm learning my way around Godot, which is pretty cool. Community shout out working on an interesting project to place a standalone Angular component inside a Blazor. Yep. Deflux, so we've been going back and forth. So Deflux is also trying to work on a project to make Blazor interop with some Angular components. My normal dev is built around application stuff. So I'm building this application for agile project management, as I term it, in which I use .NET. I'm a .NET developer through and through, using things like Kafka and Service Bus and tools like that for the main application. And we were just going through, and Angular for the front end for me. I'm a little bit more comfortable in the Angular world, but Deflux is slowly trying to move me over to Blazor. One day we'll see if he wins, but yeah. So that is me. Well, welcome in all. Thank you very much for joining. I appreciate it. So, okay, so let's get this. Let's see. The thing I've got to learn to do is I've got to learn not to overthink something and assume there's a, whoa, full box. What a day. Welcome in. Welcome in more raiders. Thank you very much. Hello. How are you doing? Show us the game. I don't know. You try and make one little game. Welcome all in. Thank you very much. So yeah, we're about to try and make a bullet pew pew. So I'm gonna see if that is. And what I was about to say is, yes, I'm a C# developer. I'm a C# developer through and through. You're a game dev now. How are you banned in? Are you banned in Canny Stream, Fullbox? Avocado, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. GT. Sorry if I'm slow on chat. I am not used to a bunch of chat. 12-hour stream. He banned me by error. Because it shares ban info, so it's telling me you're banned in his stream, by the way. Yeah. So you are flagged as being banned. What do you think of C++? C++ I've not used very much of. I have tinkered. I have tinkered with some Unreal, and I've tried. The whole memory management that isn't actually the problem for me. Namespaces, and I try to use generics, or rather templates, and I spent 2 weeks struggling with, oh, my templated function actually has to live in the header because it doesn't know about it in the C#. So in the CPP file. So that took me a while. So yeah, you have to flag him and then unflag him, otherwise we can't see fool. What do you mean I have to flag him and then unflag him? Oh no. So how do I? Flag him as suspicious, what it's called, and then undo. So, okay, lesson learned on, I can ban him, I can time him out, I can, mod actions, no. Oh, there you go. Now I'm curious who did that, because I don't have any mods in stream, so. Did you just flag him? Yeah. Well, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in all. Appreciate everybody being here. That was crazy. C# Frizz, thank you very much. If you're still around at all, thank you very much for that massive raid, and any of the raiders that came in on that stream. And then Fullbots, thank you very much for that raid. Appreciate it. Just check template functions can be declared. I don't know what it was. It's just all sorts of behaviors that kind of like catch me out, and I spent 2 weeks trying to get a templated function to work, and as it turned out, I just had to put it in the header. Maybe it was something quirky about what I was doing, but yeah. GT, thank you very much for the follow. So I looked into that for 15 minutes on my channel to get full to become visible. Very unclear. Okay. Napalm, hello, how you doing? Happy to mod for you if needed. of all the people that yeah. Dukesoft needs a mod. Yeah, Dukesoft deserve a mod. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? My apologies for randomness. I am not used to quite so many people chatting in one go, right? Normally I stream a bit earlier in the day, so it's a little harder for me to catch up here. I know I can't find that. Huh. Twitch is just, it has its moments. There you go. Okay. That should be done now. There you go. I'm sure defaults would be perfect mod. He has no history being unmodded. No. There must be an error in the system. It's just not letting me add defaults as a mod. But yeah, welcome in. So I am trying to write today. I'm trying to build my first game, and I am not joking. This is the furthest I've ever got with trying to build a game. Sorcery and Canny, and then Sorcery. Sorry, Sorcery, but Canny was really trying to hit me off the ground, and now the two of you combined are just helping me get through this. So I appreciate it very much. But yeah, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build a little shoot 'em up. This is mainly so that I get used to things like the camera and the input, and trying to figure out how I organize scripts and nodes and whatnot. There's some issues, but you know, that's what it is. Dagger, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Ads are going to start shortly. They are a minute and a half. I do apologize for anyone who will be caught by them. Unfortunately, that is Twitch. So I normally develop apps on stream. If you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, everything's open. Don't be negative, don't be pushy, but in general, the rule is, I want to learn, and I'm only going to learn if I accept that I don't know everything, and I'm only going to learn if I'm willing to grow. So if there's something you can teach me, I'm open to it, right? Normally I'm building things like a large application, or I build another application for getting started with like Git and coding and architecture and stuff like that. But yeah. TBD being a philosopher, I like it. But I like being negative 65891. So, so yeah, any questions, more than happy to answer. Before you just came in, I got a new to me console, so I was talking about that. I got a 3DO from the 90s, and later this afternoon I'll be playing retro games. Not on stream today, but that was one of the options for today. So all I've got to figure out now is how to fire this little bullet up the screen and see if I can move forward. And what I was saying before was, I oftentimes let myself get stuck in what is the right way to do something, right? And it stops me from progressing. What I should do is make it work and then learn why I shouldn't make it work that way, right? So here I was about to go, oh, well, I don't know how to do it, so let's just do it. Action pressed, shoot, then this is a very bad idea. I'm pretty sure about this. Position equals. Now I have a spawn point. No 2D. Bullet spawn. And bullet spawn equals get node. And that is going to be called... I'm deliberately not looking at chat, by the way, because if I'm doing something really bad here, I'm going to learn. So I don't want to just divert straight away. Equals bullet spawn dot position. Now, the challenge of that is, well, apart from me not knowing how to write code, apparently, the right way is a lie. You can use the motivation you get when things are done to learn how to do it better. Yeah. Make errors. Don't worry, I can't help anyway. So my immediate problem with that is that variable does nothing, right? But what does that do? Right? Like, that's going to say, what are you doing? That the lifetime of this object is what? So let's see what happens. So if I don't understand, right? Let's make sure that that's actually firing. Yeah, it's not. So, oh, because I'm not debugging it either. That would help. Okay, so I am doing something. That fire does not depress. That does not press. So that's not happening. So that's just wasting a ton of memory. I assume that's getting lost in the ether. So what do I do next? So I am getting the shoot, but obviously now I don't need that. So let's do bullet pool. Yeah. And then let's do return the bullet. That sounds dangerous. Get the bullet, return the bullet. Nope, I don't want that. But that seems sensible. So I want something to control the lifetime of these objects, right? So, int size. And then all of a sudden I've just kind of clicked like what overheating mechanics in games are for. So you can't fire too much on the screen at once. It controls you, doesn't it? It's further than 80% of hobbyist game devs out there. Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. But now the overheating mechanic kind of makes sense because then you can't fire more, so there's time to get rid of things on screen. So I need a that's actually not good as a inline constructor there. Primary constructor, that's what it is. CTOR int size private. What structure do I want here? An array would make the most sense because then I've got an array of all elements. I can just pre-allocate them. A bullet, bullets, and then bullets equals new bullet size. What downsides come from that though? I'm gonna lurk and sleep. Ryan, thank you very much for coming hanging out with the raid. I appreciate it. I need to switch back to C# and Red. I'm having some refactoring anxiety in GDScript now. Yeah, the tooling here does give me a lot of stuff, right? That just wants to wrap. It's a sign but never used. Yeah, that's fine. Public. So if I start a bullet, right? I'm going to pre-initialize the array, so I'm going to build an array of bullets to start with. So what's this? Simple enough. Has this something to do with solid? Oh, sorry. I need when I sleep, one of us. And I love C#, but I can't make a web build right now. I would already be using it if I could. Gotcha. Okay. Let's Google. Okay. So I'm just keeping an eye on things so that I don't run over. So public bool is active if is active. Now so I can do two things with this, right? So realistically, ultimately I want to say, okay, when it goes off the screen, off the current camera view, then it just becomes disabled, right? So I just return it back to the pool. The structure here is going to be the challenge. People can't easily play a game. Good luck getting it to be discovered. Yeah. I mean, you could find a big company and promote the heck out of it. So, yeah. Expanded, hello, how you doing? Welcome in. I miss Ryan, thank you for the follow. Did I say that? This is 2 minutes ago. My apologies. It's a huge one. Yeah, the web build stuff. Okay, so a pew a bullet has a collision. That's for when I put something on the screen to hit into. But the pool, I don't want to move it if it's not active, but I also don't want to show it. Let's see if it has a visible, right? So public bullet pool void fire. Let's see. So making it an array, I'm going to have to track how many active bullets there are to know where in the array I am. So that seems like a not perfect size. So if I do it another way, make it a queue of bullets. Then new queue. I think this does take a capacity. Yes, it does. So that's size. And then bullets.enqueue, new bullet. Let's just go with that for now. And then the player, again, ownership, knowledge, etc. This gets confusing. Kelvinator, thank you very much for the join, for the follow, for the join. Welcome in. Hope you're well. Can you have two arrays, one for the active one and one for the waiting one? Maybe. So game dev again is something that I'll be very honest, I am extremely nervous, especially when getting those raids. Like today has been a lot of fun already. We're at 5 hours. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna try and do it the way I think I want to do it, and then find out why I did it wrong. Right. My feeling is that I won't see it immediately. So yeah. So we have a bullet spawn, that's the point at which, and then we have a private bullet pool magazine. And then a magazine equals new bullet pool of 30. Right, but we can set that how many bullets you can fire afterwards. And then we're going to do magazine.fire. What's the worst that happens? So this is where how long in the stream for today? Probably not too much longer. I do have to go and take my car for service by 2 p.m. And the dogs at some point are going to need to walk. But yeah, I'm going to stick around for a while longer. I'm going to go to grab lunch now. Have a nice time, TV. Full Boss, thank you very much for coming in. Thank you very much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for the kind words. Don't worry, I'm just brainstorming anyway. I don't know how I would do it exactly. You know, this is a thing I have to embrace more of, right? I have to get to embracing just do something. It's not good to get caught up on what is the best way to do this if you don't even have a clue how to do something. It's best to do it, understand the pitfalls, or again, be confident in the fact that you've got something, and then someone can say, oh, well, you can do it this way. And you're like, oh, well, now I see the difference, right? Like, again, that dawning realization of, I know why, no, I don't want to do that. I know why cooldowns are introduced, right? What does it want me to do here? Convert to primary constructor to public. I don't want bullets to be. So the problem here is that I'm not going to know about there's a big problem looming, and I can see it already, right? But that's just knowledge. Refactoring in C# is always possible. I think I keep doing the same. Yeah. Analysis paralysis. Yeah. What do I care about the right way? I need something to work so I can understand what the better way is, and I can build on that. I can't build on, oh, what if I get it wrong? Yeah, true. I think that's for everyone. It always happens. And it does. And I've been a developer professionally for 25 years. So I've been a developer a lot longer than 25 years, right? I've been developing applications and stuff for 25 years, and it still happens all the time, right? And yeah, and also the right way depends on the game, on the scale, on the problem, on the need, yeah? Okay, so we don't have a fire. Why don't we have a fire? Oh, I need to see hold on. The bullet is the scene, not the script. So when I go and create a new bullet there, I'm not creating a bullet, right? So how do I spawn a new scene? But yeah, lunchtime. Enjoy your lunch. Again, Full Boss, thank you very much for joining today. Appreciate it. Godot spawn scene. So I need export scene built. Okay. So I need to attach that. So now my bullet pool becomes a thing I've got to attach. So that's cool. So export. So now packed scene. I might need to go take dogs out shortly. And then bullet instantiate bullet. Okay. So that's that, which means this has to now be attached. So now the player is going to need, this can't just be this anymore. So that needs export, private, bullet pool, magazine. We don't need that anymore.
But this changes this behavior because now I can't just construct that. Yeah, that moment of I'm probably doing that wrong. So now the bullet pool. Because then here, when I fire, I still want to kind of call magazine fire, but because that owns the bullets. I don't own the bullets, right? It's just attached to me, the thing that fired. It's like that's actually the gun, the cannon or whatever, right? If I'm being accurate, that's the cannon. Bullets spawn. Okay. Right, but where do I attach certain things is the question. Just going through constructor, you can't. So my player needs. So I think my player needs the magazine, the cannon attached to it, right? The cannon has bullets. Again, modeling is going to be the challenge here. And that is. That feels like a right dependency, like a right direction, right? The player can know that they've got a cannon. That's not. I mean, bullet pool or cannon, whatever I call that. But the problem is that needs to be then attached. The cannon can't be exported as long as it's not. So node. Now that's the problem. Export public int. Export the size then. Magazine size. And then override into tree ready. Bullets equals new queue magazine size. That can't be read only right now because that's that's not initialized in the constructor. And then bullet, and then this needs the bullet scene, and then we do what's this tracking then? Nodes. Because it doesn't really matter what it is at this point, right? Let's see. Bullet scene instantiate. That returns. So it does know it's a bullet still. That's okay still then. Because bullet scene spawns an instance that is bullet. Okay. So then I need to go back to Godot and create. Let's do a build. Let's see if that works. Bullet pool declaration. Oh, it's the node, right? Yeah, it's the node. I just need to make it partial because I mean, technically, you want to have this class a more general one. Well, to have pools of all kinds, but for now, this is fine. Hey, I'm getting there. I'm like 90% certain that this is terrible, but it's fine. Add child node. So now this is the this is actually the cannon, let's say. Actually, I can attach that there. And then I can attach the okay. I can attach that to that. And then I can attach that there. And then I can set that to 30. And then the player, I can assign the cannon. And then we can crash in a big heap of memory leaks. Close. I'm close. I feel I'm close. Those dogs, they're being patient for me. I really do appreciate them. Okay, so cannon.fire. Oh, you said I need to attach it. I need to add it as a child. This is great that I'm doing this, but I need to create the bullet and then attach it to the scene. So I need to do. So what does that get added to? So I'm spawning them. I'm just wasting memory there because they're not being actually added as children of the scene, are they? How do I do that? And who owns what? That does the player? Well, the cannon could add it, right? It could be added as a child of the cannon because the cannon is in the scene. Var bullet equals sorcery lights the var there, right? That's what I said. Don't forget to add child. I remembered. Got a lot going on up here right a second. So you can cube bullet. Yeah, instancing and adding to the scene as a child of a node are two different things, but you'll need both to get a node up and going. Be careful when you add the child, depending on the position, will behave differently. Oh, that's what I need to do. So the one thing I'm lacking here is I'm firing, but I'm not giving it the bullet spawn. But the bullet spawn wouldn't be on here now, would it? This would be bad to have the bullet spawn on here. The cannon. Oh no, hold on. Oh yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Cannon. Export. No. Bullet spawn. And then that goes there. And now the cannon gets the spawn, not this spawn here goes on this. And then this is, where is this? This needs moving in relative position. To there. I think. What's the worst that happens? Bullet position, and then Add child, bullet.
But then what's happens? When you add it to a player, they have the same position as the camera and fly with the camera. When you add it to the root, they will stay in the air where they got shot. Yeah. So I know that I've got to add it relative, but again, coordinate systems, all those sorts of fun things, they're going to be challenging for me. Like, what is relative to what? Okay. I'm getting in there. I have a bullet. I have a position. And then I add the bullet. And I've got 78 bullets all of a sudden. Because I'm doing action. Dapper, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Change the local position, but it doesn't have a parent node. Okay. So close. But it doesn't have a bullet spawn. Doesn't have a parent node. What doesn't have a parent node? Because I've put cannon relative to player. Spawn is relative to cannon. Again, I could make a prefab, a scene out of that, right? The cannon could be its own thing. Now, if bullets dot count is greater than magazine size, turn, bail out. So what does this give me back? This gives me back a bullet, right? So this gives me back that. I'm starting to see where that would be beneficial. I need to go take 2 dogs out. Ads are about to start, so thank you for hanging out. If you come in with those raids, I really do appreciate you being here. Thank you for hanging out, and I appreciate the assistance. I will be right back, and then I'm going to try and see if I can finish this up. So thank you. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Apologies. Okay. Why do I get ads of a French electric company? I don't live in France. Their ads are cute though, but still. Thank you for the welcome back. Appreciate it. Okay. So, one thing I want to do, there's two things I want to do. The first one is, this shouldn't be his action press, should it? How do you his action just pressed? Let's try that. I want to slow down the speed because it's firing. As soon as I got the space bar down, it fires dozens of times because that immediately hit 78 bullets, whatever. So that's problem number one. So when I hit that, our bullets get there, position. Now that position, is that trying to put that into global, or is that relative position? And if it's relative, 147,562 seems awfully high. Right, so if I go back to Godot, what is it? What do I do? Is there's a way of looking at this, isn't there? It's a nice rainbow plane. Node, history node, editor, debug, deploy. When this option enabled, using one-click deployment, the executor will attempt to connect this computer IP. Nope. I kind of want to say where's my bullet? That's what I'm kind of trying to find out. Has it spawned it in the scene? And if so, where is it? And if not, why not? Right? What the heck is a record struct in C#? So records. So the problem that C# has right now is, what is immutable? Right. So you can create a record now, and by default, a record is immutable. You can make a mutable. You can make your record mutable with just a few short changes, and a record struct is you might as well just use a struct. So we still have one bullet. A bullet. Now, is this position moving? No. So that's the same number as it was last time. So it does. So the spawn point is the same. Where can I find out the coordinates? Yeah, there's 5. Yeah, it is the right position because there's 500 and there's 147. So it is right because it's in the local space of your plane. Yeah. Try to remove the position setting. Because I don't need a spawn, do I? I don't need a spawn point. Of course I don't need a spawn point, because if I'm spawning it at the cannon. The cannon the cannon spawns it. I don't need spawn.
No. Is it going so fast that I can't just see it? Oh, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Bullet has speed. The spawn will be useful when it would be outside of the structure. Oh, hold on. Bullet spawn. The add child. Bullet. If that's got a collider on it and the other one's got a collider on it, no, that doesn't really make a difference, does it? Until I actually tell it what to do with the collider. Come on, so close. So close. I mean, just spewing memory everywhere, but it's fine. And that's the world's nastiest cup of coffee. So my spawn, there's my cannon, right? And my spawn. Oh, hold on. Where's this? Where's spawn? Yeah, spawn's a little off. No. Double click, yeah, sorry. There you go. Gotta get used to that. Okay, so either way, spawn is now. Spawn wasn't where it should have been. But now it is. Okay. Okay, still don't have bullets firing, so. Okay. There's now remote. Oh, yes, I see it. Main. Player, cannon, spawn, bullet. Does not exist. You can see on the right the position. Yep, it says it's there. That is there. Does the same double click work? No, the double click does not work in here. Visible. Monitoring, monitorable. Priority. Oh. The position is wrong. Oh, is Rambling Geek? Can you set it to 0, 0? Because it's relative to its spawn. Okay. I see what you're saying. I think I see what you're saying, yeah. Yeah. I figured. I figured. Remote, bullet, 0, 0. And then. Why does that say it's not paused, but it is paused?
Yeah, there it is. There's the bullet. Hey, Dan. Welcome in. Yeah, the sprite's there. So initially it was massive, so I did scale it down, but it does look like it's there. So can you go to into the bullet scene? Transform. There you go. That might help. So then, hold on. I don't need is active. I don't need that anymore. And that's why that wasn't moving then. Like, the bullet's been fired, so we've changed the way that's working, so the active concept doesn't even apply. Yay! Okay, so slight bug. They're guided because they're attached to me. So that's that's actually getting a reference to the position because I'm able to. Oh, I'm able to even. That's funny. I'm able to slow it down. Okay, so now. Huh. So now if I put the spawn there, but the cannon now has no spawn attached to it, so now that's not a child node, so now the cannon... Wait, I have a better idea. So for those joining that haven't been in here before, thank you for the follow, by the way, Dan. I appreciate it. I have... I'm not a game dev. It's something I've never done. This is the furthest I've ever got with any game project I've ever tried. You can set the bullet to be a top level. So if true, this canvas item will not inherit its transform from parent canvas items. It's draw order. Okay. Until today, so officially you are now a game dev. Yeah, I don't think I'll be working to my A-Train game tomorrow, right? I don't think I go from... Oh, did that just reset? No? Oh, I have to set the position correctly now. Okay, so now I need the spawn. Okay. Bullet spawn, add child. So it doesn't automatically inherit its... the... Heading out now, TBD, enjoy the stream and your birthday. Thank you very much, Timothy. Thank you for coming and hanging out. I appreciate you. Have a great rest of your day. When you spawn, it sets global position to spawn. When you spawn, it sets global position to the spawn. Yeah. TBD has always been a game of a heart. I have lots of ideas. Don't get me started on ideas. It's just being able to create them. That's always been the challenge. Global position is local position. Hold on. My brain. I need to focus. When you spawn, it set global position to the spawn.global position, and you'll be the global position is local position. There are two kinds of positioning. Yes. Yeah. Local relative to the thing you're near or netted under, and global to the world. So relative to the spot in the 0, 0 in the world. Is my understanding. I just cannot control my... Just open another app. So I'm very blessed in the fact that I do have plenty of resources in this machine. I do have plenty of memory and CPU, so I don't get to... I can open apps and not panic about running out of memory. There's 128 gig of memory in this. Parent node. Oh, well, yeah, you're right. Okay. So I want to fire the bullet, but set its position in the... So now top level. Hold on. Let's see. Parents log once unless they don't use this. Fine. But I need to set its initial position, right? That's what I'm really trying to look for. So I want to set its... Node will not inherit its transformations. So because it doesn't inherit any transformations. No transformations are only in global space. So I'm a little slow at answering questions. Sorry, I'm getting that afternoon drowsiness and it's killing me here. No worries, Sorcery. I'm so thankful that you were in here. You and Canny have kept me focused here, which is good. So I need to set the position of this. So even though I add it to the child, it doesn't inherit the transform. So do I set what happens to that now? So I just need to collect the whip. Okay, so that doesn't work. But then should I be doing that or should I be doing that? There you go. Hello, Self, you right? Run out bullets. Okay, so you need a global position on the thing because you said it's top level, so it needs to have its position in the world set because it has no relative coordinates. Even if I add it to this, it doesn't change it. Okay. Why do I have problems with that? Okay, so now we need to say, okay, now we need to kind of know when a bullet has left the screen. Remove remove node when left screen. How to check if it's left the viewport? Yes. On visibility notifier. Signals, expect the methods on sprite burner. So where do I add that? Visibility notifier. There's a node for that. Right, but where do you add it to the bullet or do you represents a rectangular region of 2D space. When any part of this region becomes visible on screen or in a viewport, it will emit a screen entered, and likewise it will emit a screen exited. If you want a node to be enabled automatically when this region is visible on screen, use. So does that become add
Visible on screen notifier. Does that become part of the bullet scene? Because the way it describes it, it kind of creates a region of rectangle on the screen. It uses the render culling code to determine whether it's visible on screen, so it won't function as canvas item visible is set to true. Emitted when the visible on screen notifier 2D exits the screen. It takes one frame for the visibility to be determined once added to the scene tree, so this method will always return false right after it is instantiated. The visible bounding rectangle. Visible on screen notifier 2D. Godot match to scene or to child element, let's say. Okay, here we go. Let's go to Gemini. You chat. How do I use the visible notifier 2D in Godot? Useful node in Godot that helps optimize your game's performance. Here's how understanding it. This node acts as a trigger when it enters or exits the viewport of the camera. Okay, so I attach it to the thing. That wording changes how I understand it, right? Because that suggests that the bullet gets the notifier, right? Because the bullet will know that it's off screen. So the wording that this gives, this node acts as a trigger when it enters or exits the viewport of the camera. So that's suggesting it knows when it's exited, not that it is the rect that is being monitored and tracks things coming in or out of it. It's saying, you left the view. Right. So now node screen exited. On visible on screen notifier 2D screen exited. Good job on that method wire up there, Godot. What does it accept? It's delete node. Whoa, no, I don't want to delete the node. I want to delete the disconnect. Pick. What does the method signature look like? Screen exited. Can he? Watch. Take note of this moment in time. I just opened a help file. And it immediately let me down, and I'm never opening it again. It doesn't tell me what I wanted to. Emitted when visible on screen exits the screen. So, hold on. Public override void. I am out of here. Public void. I'm out of here. I'm looking for a signature. And it didn't give me. Connect. Pick.
I'm at it. Right. Okay. Debugger.break. So my only challenge to this is now we have a knowledge thing, right? So I either wire up an event to call. No, that doesn't work either. And I think our boom boom. I think these need to be a little bit faster, don't they? Bullet. You can connect it via code. It's more save good or signal editor tends to mangle up when you move nodes around. Well, it doesn't really, I mean, yeah, however I do it, right? I'm out of here, right? What I'm trying to do is, why doesn't that fire? I mean, that could be private all day long, right? But it's not. Does not match the suggested method. It should be called I'm out of here. But that's not what I really care about right a second. I like how it does a little icon. Yep, got signals. Go to method. See, that doesn't edit. So the bullet script I could get the private visible notifier ready notifier dot there's no event. Oh, there you go. Child screen exited. Exit tree notifier dot screen exited minus equals I'm out of here. I also prefer connected signals. You can also call them as view them as C# events by code. Yeah, it's a very blurry line, I find. And Canny did some experimentation the other week, and it got me thinking about how they was using it, and in the end, it turned out like you can subscribe to actions, but you don't really subscribe to actions if you don't have the word event in front of them. You end up actually creating one big method that calls all the children methods. So you're kind of just chaining methods again. But either way, I don't think this is what I want to do either, but let's find out. Another hint, when you right click on nodes, you can make them access as unique name. When they get unique name, it doesn't change when you move them around. Okay. Oh, so that does not bode well. Visible on the screen notifier 2D. But that's a child of that, right? So that errored because because I called it notifier. Yep, that's what you just told me as well. I believe. Access as unique name. Gotcha. Notifier. That's fine. The good news is the dawning realization, right? Oh, we got it there. Okay. So that only gets me so far. Because now, who knows about what? Gotcha. So I can do percent notify now, and it'll work still. But I don't want a unique name there right this second. That's relative to me, right? Revoke unique name. That's fine. We'll worry about that later. But now this is great and all. It knows it's gone off screen, but it doesn't know who spawned it. So now I either have to tell it which cannon spawned it, which feels, let's face it, because now I need to kind of return it to the pool, right? I need to dequeue that bullet. And I spawn it. I mean, this doesn't matter at this point, does it? I could call that child again. The spawn is just a position. So the cannon can own it. Well, it is in my professional opinion. Bleh. Owner, give it a signal, listen to it on cannon. Right, so you're saying create something on here that fires and says, yep, I'm out of range. Owner won't work. It's its own scene, so the owner property references to itself. Okay. So, public event action bullet on bullet. Yeah, let's do this with that, right? And now I'm getting spammed from the pharmacy. Happy birthday. That's all I need. Dot invoke this. That's why I have a reference to myself, so I know which bullet I'm actually dequeuing. But that doesn't work. To make it a queue doesn't work because I can't. You can't pick which item you're dequeuing. So using a queue for the cannon doesn't work for this. But I guess you can give it an owner property like cannon. This would violate the child-parent principle because the child knows about the cannon. Well, that's what I'm avoiding, right? Because that's why I went bleh. Because this bullet should not know from whence it was fired. But it's the reality of it. I need something to track it. And without creating something else to track the bullets and own them, and then the cannon has access to them, etc. That's kind of more complicated. Screen. I do have a pretty hard stop coming up because I've let this go on for so long. I am having so much fun though. This is this feels really productive, and I'm like now frustrated because I'm so close. So thank you all for being here. I can't say how much I appreciate this. On bullet exit. So I don't want it on bullet exit screen. Actually, I do, don't I? I don't need to. If I'm making that public. Oh yeah. I do want it on bullet exit screen. That's exactly what I want. Forgetting my own code, bro. Thanks for knocking out a 6-hour stream. See that now? That's the issue, right? So this isn't a queue. And realistically, I don't want to. Now we get into the pool. So if I keep queuing them, I'm just going to keep creating new instances of the same thing over and over again. So what I want to do is fill up the pool with objects, and then when they've exited, I want to disable them, and then re-enable them and put them set their position back, right? So this instantiate should only be called when I don't have this. So to create a real pool, otherwise I'm going to end up with thousands of objects created and have to rely upon cleaning them all up. This gets really weird because now, yeah, public override, exit tree. So again, I have to unsubscribe and dequeue all these things. Can't you give a bullet a lifetime? This way it frees itself, or is it relevant to know who shot it? I mean, well, I don't know. I guess I'm learning. I'm asking these questions for the first time. And I've always kind of raised this as well, right? Who knows what about who and when? So if I fire the bullet and the bullet is attached to the cannon, I create it the first time if I'm allowed to, and then that bullet goes off screen, because obviously there's other events, right? If it hits something, then I need to know who fired the bullet. You can add a lifetime to the bullet and count in the process call. Pooling works like you have a fixed size of nodes that gets reused, but you have to track what is alive and which node can be used again. Yeah, so that's why I mean, I can go back and forth. Why do you need to know who's shooting when the bullet hits? If I put a second player in, wouldn't I want to know which bullet belonged to which player? So as long as I'm disposing of things, it doesn't really matter. In theory, a bullet either hits or goes off screen, right? I would want to. I mean, I could want to know who fired it, right? But again, it's who's responsible for the pieces, right? That's why I'm doing this. Is ultimately I want to do something more complex, right? I want to build more complicated a game. This is a good practice though for some of this relationship stuff here. So, yeah. So in terms of behavior, this is not good, because then I'm kind of tracking these and I have to scan them every time. So yeah, so that doesn't need to be that. That just needs to be a list, right? And that will grow. But actually, with that, I don't even need to track this, do I? I just need to say, no, because I need to know how many fired. Or do I? Do I need to make it's just a cannon? I don't need a magazine size, technically. If I do it that way, I don't need that. I don't need that. And then bullet. It's interesting the different ways we can approach this, and you know, all the fun things, all the different approaches. I don't need that. Well, I do need that one, and then
So that will free that up, right?
Yeah. But again, like the game dev stuff confuses me because of this kind of relationship. I don't need cooldown in there. And yeah, a pool might be 100% overkill, right? I'm also new to game and I understand your struggle. I'm having a hard time with that. Like, because to me, in my other world, in my normal world, right, I have an entry point, right? This entry point it sends a command. This command does a thing. Dependencies for this thing are injected, and I don't need to have the thing receiving the command know where the command came from to track things, right? The nice thing in software dev is in general, and game dev in particular, is how creative you can get with your solutions. There's a lot of room for creating different systems that will accomplish the same goal. Yeah, I started streaming a few months ago, making progress but struggling. Nice. Well, that's. But the perspective of how to do it, Canny, is once I see it, I'll understand more. Best friends bond. Nice. You know, streaming makes things harder and it makes things easier. And actually, on the topic of streaming, at the end of this month, I hit my 5-year affiliate anniversary. So I'll be doing a weekend stream, and I will probably do some gaming and some coding and whatnot. So that's later this month. But anyway, let's finish this up quick. So we've got. Let's see if that works. No reason to believe it won't. 5 years, congrats, some dedication. It's okay. So if I go to remote there, what I should see happening is they go away. Right? That's what I want to see. Okay. And there we go. Okay. So yeah, I took a little bit of a time off, COVID stuff, but I've been streaming since 2019, actually since 2018. But my affiliate anniversary came in so and creeping towards that 1,000 followers is kind of impressive. I started back streaming at the latter end of last year. And it's a grind, and doing the streaming, doing the coding, people come in, and I go into TrapX's stream and doing something way more complicated than other stuff, and I ask questions and I dump and distract you, but it's that's part of streaming. Sadly, is people are going to ask questions, and you get to choose how to engage, and you get to choose and build great communities, and everyone I see in here that streams, right. You're all building great communities, and that's what makes Twitch awesome for this sort of stuff. Knowing that I can do this, and I'm terrified, right? This is way outside of my league, and I'm worried about doing something inefficient. I'm worried about something silly, but I believe the community is better than that now, and it's not a toxic. I mean, go into games communities, and it can be a little bit harsh, but in general, development communities is so much better. Such a great place to be. So I simulate that entry point you mentioned by starting the game with just one node, the game manager, and the game manager takes care of setting everything up and getting everything running. It really depends on the kind of game and architecture you want to achieve. Oh, congrats. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I created a game manager. Right. I created the game manager. The game manager it just does the camera right now. It sets the camera and the stop point. So that's all it's managing right now, the camera. So I don't need to do very much. The tile map I don't need right now because I was tinkering with generators and stuff. But it is what it is. So And don't be too worried. You can always learn, revise, and remake. I still do. Yeah, and it's funny taking on those same lessons, right? I've applied them to my normal development. So why doesn't it apply to this? Right? I believe that you shouldn't be afraid to learn. You should be looking to grow, right? Don't hold yourself back and think, oh well, that person says that's wrong, so I shouldn't do it, right? They might be saying it's wrong out of experience. They might also just be saying it's wrong because a person they follow once said that that's wrong, or they misinterpreted it, right? So you don't know why someone said it's wrong. Sometimes, and this is probably a more horrible example, sometimes you've got to get burned to know the fire's hot, is the best way I'll put it, right? You know, as kids, we grow up. My phone's going to die. This is not good. Sorry, I'm trying to look for a cable. Yeah, as kids, we fall, we skin our knees, we make mistakes, and the hope is that we make it through to adulthood with those lessons learned and that experience backing us up. And everything's experience. You know, when my daughter was small, she tried to help get coffee, and she grabbed hold of a hot pot of coffee and spilled it all over her hands. She never grabbed for anything like that again. Horrible lesson to learn. I wish she hadn't. But she learned not to go and grab things that she doesn't know what they are, and they could be hot. But sometimes a person can say something's wrong, but they may not be aware of the whole picture. Something may seem wrong at first, but it may be more sensible in context. Yeah. And for streaming, you see something I don't, or you have experience, so I might be missing something. And it's why streaming's good. When you're writing code on stream, you can stay focused on what you're doing for the most part. If you get a chat that is active and engaged, they might see things you're missing. But you also may be able to give yourself some more time to think about something. You get some different perspectives. Yeah, just be, you know, I definitely believe you should have fun with what you do. Right. No worries. No worries. So, okay. So the next step would be, can I make that hit something? Thinking there. Yeah. I'm having fun with this. This is, by the way, this sprite pack may look familiar. The style. Kenny NL. I hadn't used this person before. Sorcery does use that. Copperbeady, hello. But they have lots of assets. All free assets, and it's really cool. You can donate if you want to. And I think it's very, very, very cool of them to do something so awesome. How you doing, Copperbeady? Welcome in for today. Okay. So that's that. So I'm trying to weigh up the amount of time I need and the amount of time I need to get moving. So I think the safest thing for me to do is to kind of wrap this up for right now. Not too bad. A bit tired after trying to get a new water rolling machine. Ooh, that sounds like work. That sounds like a lot of work. Okay.
So shaders sometimes look different on different GPUs, which is annoying. Anyone mind testing my latest to see if it looks right? I'm not in a position to do that, but you're more than welcome to drop it in my Discord as well. And I know OneLion's Discord is somewhere you're used to. If I get a chance, I'd definitely like to help out later. Okay, so I am going to you got a browser, you can see it. Yeah, if you've got a link, oh, you won't be able to send a link. You could probably whisper me it. More than happy to try. So the next steps for this would be to get something like colliding with those bullets, right? So the bullet collides with something. So then I get that challenge like we just talked about, and Dan and Canny and whatnot. Thank you very much for the suggestions. I'm going to read back over the chat afterwards as well, just to see if I missed anything. But obviously then I need to know who fired the bullet, right? Right now I could just increment points. And again, it starts to become, okay, do I have managers? Do I have things that know about things? And this is the debate I get into with Canny all the time. Is like, well, you end up with singletons that know about everything, and that seems not efficient. And now I get to try this myself and see, do I really believe that there's ways around things? Am I just getting stuck on things, and maybe everything becomes a singleton? I mean, essentially, like Salsbury said, right? The game manager there is essentially a singleton that's kind of doing things, tracking the camera right now. That's all. And then these individual things actually know about their own responsibilities. So you attach the cannon to the player just has the cannon, the space button is on the player, but all it knows is that I'm firing the cannon, which seems like a reasonable behavior. So yeah, it's just continuing to build up on that, right? And experiment. So I will be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern. I will probably start with some app stuff. And as always, the chat is open, the Discord is open to conversations about all software development, right? I care about development in general, but most of my stuff is app dev. But you're more than welcome to join. OneLion, hello. The one person I haven't shouted out, if you are not aware of OneLion, taking a bit of a break for the next couple of weeks. But OneLion is also a fantastic streamer, a great community, and a lot of smart people in there. Thank you very much for the happy birthday. Appreciate it. Let's. I need to go and get an oil change for my car. It is past due. I do not want issues with that car. It is a manual transmission. It is 77,000 miles on it, and I not want to lose it now. Happy birthday. Missed out on the stream title. No worries. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. How did I miss that? All good. I appreciate everyone being here. This has been a lot of fun. You know, I have enjoyed every moment of this one, and considering we started with app dev, it went pretty well. So we're going to go raid Expanded. Expanded is a community member from Seto Stream that I know of. They're doing game dev. I was here the whole time, less 1 hour for it. Well, I appreciate you hanging out. But I must go get an oil change. So let's go say hi to Expanded Cuba, and I'll be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. And yeah, thank you all. Thank you for the contributions. Thank you for the advice. Thank you for everything. And the birthday wishes. Appreciate it. Take care. Have a great one. Bye all. Oh yeah, Discord. Do I not have a Discord? Discord link? Invite people. No limit. Never. Generate new link. Copy. That would help. I think there is one below the stream, but just in case. All good. Okay, so let's go raid Expanded Cuba, and then we will. They're building a space game, which is cool, and yeah, See you again soon. Thank you for joining. Take care. Have a good one.